Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. That's enough. Much winding up and galanging within ourselves. How's everyone's weekend? We are live on YouTube. I did it. I did get the night button at 9:30. I'm so proud of myself. Stepped out of my Jamaican mode for a minute. You know them said Jamaicans never on time yet. Ay, ay, ay. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Rosolo, what's up? What's good? What's popping? How was your weekend?
Morning, morning. My weekend was great, thank you.
Hold on. You're in the office or you're at home
I'm
today?
in I'm in the office, so y'all will not hear my voice after this moment. I love you all. Have a wonderful show. You're listening. I'm gonna pray for me, pray for peace and blessings on the people that I work with and none of the winners. All right, thanks so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Happy Monday. Happy birthday, Alexia. How was the birthday weekend? Hope you enjoyed all of it. I know you go back to work tomorrow. Oh, Alexia, then.
Listen.
Listen.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I didn't even know that while we were getting on Friday night, we
Yeah.
never know what's the cartel that says Barkley. We
Listen,
never know
the
what
man
else.
sell out. The tickets sold out in back to back. Um, and I think history was made the first time ever, 2 nights in a row at capacity. And he got a lot of support. Let me tell you, it was amazing. He got a lot of support.
Well, I think I think his 13-year stint. I don't know. This is just me. I could be wrong.
Mhm,
Um, it has matured certain things in him.
mhm,
I think he's playing safe, which is a good thing. And I think he is burying old hatchets.
mhm,
Um, and just probably want to unite as best
mhm,
the dancehall fraternity because that's what I saw.
mhm.
The snippets that I saw, that's what I saw.
Yeah,
You know what I say? Them not get paid to come perform, but
but
I
still,
saw a level. I saw a level of unity that should have been there a long time ago, and I just hope that it's real and that it lasts.
absolutely, absolutely. I'm looking
But
forward.
outside of that,
Go ahead. Sorry, my
outside of
apologies.
that, the girl take up herself Saturday night, after Friday night, we go on with the thing, take up myself Saturday night. So you know what? It's a good time to start do my little exercise. I may exercise for 1 hour and then wake up on Sunday morning and can't move.
That's because your body is getting reacclimated to the high impact movement. That's what's going on. So, you're good. You'll be fine. The sore in your body soon get adjusted and get used to it. You'll be all right.
So you think by next summer or next carnival, whole we can meet up somewhere and do carnival good. Come here, everybody, right?
Yes, but
All right.
listen, Carlos, time and you don't worry about your body, my girl. It's about having a grand time. That's what it's about. Keep going, as Rosola said. Your body will adjust and you will be ready. And as you talk about burying hatchets and unity as it relates to vibes and the folks he was able to pull out on the stage. Now, I did see something with regard to Shensia and Jada Kingdom. Um, yeah, going to be at his shows as he performs. That thing that is in the works, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I'm not jumping the gun, but I'm sure I saw that somewhere. So that would be good. I think enough of the foolishness in the dance hall realm, right? There is enough for everybody. Because one supports a particular artist doesn't mean they can't support another, right? One Yes, we love our artists, but me not pledge loyalty to none because them don't know me don't know them, right? If your music good and it make me feel good and I'm having a good time, I'm there, Riri. But this going gung whole for one particular artist over another, no. And a bust out fight and a carry on doing the most, no. Music for me is supposed to be about having a good time. That's how I music, but everybody else look so a lot of people look at it differently. Let me tell you, say, them take this loyalty thing to a whole nother level. He brought out Little Kim, Molly, Skang, Skilly Bang, sorry. He brought out Neo, Shensia, Spice, of course. Who else came out again? So I'm thinking about taking in the Fort Lauderdale leg, which is in the middle of May. I'm thinking about it. Not sure yet. I'm thinking.
No worry, we'll gift you, so that you can go start out with it. Because remember, say you have to go there and go live stream so we can go. And then we can go. You understand? So we're gonna gift you so you can
My
reach.
God, yeah, I forgot the people them things and live stream people them things. All right. Well,
Yes.
let me go ahead, Alexa. Let me keep it moving because this morning I want to check in with everybody. But go ahead.
If you say, alright, me have to say this very low, just in case. If you say little kid need to retire,
Ooh,
the lady would.
yes.
You think she need to
But you see
retire
what?
now?
But you see what happening now? I mean, she's kind of royalty in the hip hop world, so it's kind of hard to retire her. You know? Yeah, yeah.
But mama can't move,
You
see.
know what? Let's keep it moving. Brooklyn's finest. Little, it's the baddest one up there in New York. Bring your lighters. Lighters. You don't know. Give me another son then. Jesus have mercy. She's talking about little Kim. I'm not messing with her. I'm sorry. We can't take a box down. None of that. Rostola. Let's keep it moving. Javed, how was your weekend? How's things over there in Texas?
Good morning, all. My weekend was nice and quiet.
You sound
Thank
rested.
you for
You
asking.
sound rested.
Yeah, we had a pink moon this weekend.
Oh,
So, I did a lot of cleansing and intentional thinking and letting go and all of that good stuff.
good. So, bell for you. Kirk, what's good? What's popping? You all right?
Top of the morning. Blessed love to everyone on YouTube. Just want to reach out. It's coffee until only one, not two, not three. So It is a Monday morning. What is it?
Money making Monday. Whoops.
Bread. My weekend wasn't nice without coffee in tow. But you know, we gotta do what we gotta do. It's late. Blessings to all the ladies. Hey, listen, even though you exercise, you know, say body need it, you know? You gotta perform. Yeah. But I am here, my sisters.
Good to have you as always, Kirk. Good to have you. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the stories. What's up with Adasoji spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning? All right. I think Adasoji is having connection. Oh, Adasoji, there you go. Good afternoon. How is it over there in
Yeah,
the
good
UK?
afternoon. Good afternoon.
How
Good
is it in
afternoon.
London
Yeah,
town?
it's 14 degrees here. Celsius. Yeah, Celsius. Yeah, and yeah, the birds are chirping, as you can hear. The trees are they're blooming. The foxes have gone quiet, so we know they're tending to their babies. And yeah, everything else in His Majesty's kingdom is peaceful and lovely.
And His Majesty is doing well?
Very much so. He's yeah. And long may he rule over us. Yes.
Long
Yes.
may He rule over us.
And good afternoon to Sister Rosolo, Sister Alexia, Brother Kirk, and of course, Chavez. How you doing?
How are my sons this morning?
We're all well, and yes, yes.
All right, folks. Okay, thank you so much for being here with us, everyone. Let's go ahead and get the show on zeroed. Got a lot of stories, a lot of ridiculousness as always. It is Monday, April 14, 2025. Thank you for joining me for Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world, always great conversation and music. Coffee and Toe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZ Radio. Why is it Tasha coming with that greeting this morning as a hell of a distraction? Tasha, behave yourself. Coffee and Toe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JohnORadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and Mad Music House for any genre, anytime. We go live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. And please remember to subscribe, turn on your notification, all these things. Welcome to the studio audience, courtesy of TikTok. We do not stop. All right. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com, LAURMEL, skinfood.com, yes, and indulge in a natural, beautiful you. Also brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House. Get 20% off all coffee products. Use the code when you shop today. Coffee in Toe 20. That's at www.grantcoffeehouse.com. All right, so let's get it started. What's the black eyed peas in my head this morning? Well, let's go ahead and get the show started. First up, Caribbean. CARICOM labor ministers agree on unified approach to support free movement. This article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. CARICOM ministers of labor have agreed to adopt a harmonized and sustained approach to key labor issues affecting the free movement of people within the region. The agreement was reached during the 34th Special of the Council for Human and Social Development on Labor. This was held on April 8 in Georgetown, Guyana. The meeting was chaired by Grenada's Attorney General and Minister for Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs, Senator the Honorable Claudette Jones. It brought together CARICOM ministers responsible for labor, technical experts, and regional stakeholders. The discussion aimed to solidify a unified position on critical labor matters ahead of the International Labor Conference, which is scheduled to take place from June 2 to 13, 2025. The meeting came at a pivotal time in the rollout of the CARICOM single market and economy. CARICOM Secretary General Dr. Carla Barnett noted that most member states have signed the protocol on enhanced cooperation, a significant step toward regional integration. I guess somebody send a message to them. This is something we've always been talking about. Well, excuse me. Or is it that, what is it? Telepathy? That's probably what is at play. But yes, we're here for this. And this is a conversation we've had for quite a while now. Excuse me. The importance of moving as a unit, right? I think it serves us best. We all stand to win, what they refer to as a win-win situation. Yeah. I just saw something pop up on my screen and they're saying immigrants in the US are now required to carry federal ID at all times. And I don't think it's just immigrants, I think it's everyone. I think everyone is now required to walk with their ID if you are European or you don't have European features. It is what it is. Because you may be a natural born citizen 2-3 generations down and you're still being harassed. That possibility exists. I know someone opened their mic. Go right ahead. Hey, Geely, morning. Go ahead.
So what you have, so what you have is, I was reading a report, the USA Today, where they were saying immigrants in the US who intend to stay or have stayed 30 days and beyond are not yours, nor are they carrying green cards, would be required to register with Homeland Security. That's one. Then two is the new one with the regards to the papers. There was one funny thing about 1930 Germany, South Africa, apartheid South Africa, and the Palestinian territories. This notion that someone would make you carry around papers to determine who you are is born out of a fascist playbook. The thing is, while everybody is consumed with, clearly it's necessary, consumed with the idea that they are going to be denied economic lifestyle, but what they're doing is rolling back one after the other your rights. Like there was one also on USA Today. Don't ask me why fixated with the United States.
I think you're worried about us. You're just worried about us. That's what it is.
Yes. So in there it says the government reserves the right to allow in immigrants coming into the United States, because Homeland Security and ICE will be going through your phones and your tablets, and if they find anything critical of of the client, I don't even know who is the dog now. I don't know who's the tail. Let's just say the tail wagging the dog. You know who the tail is. So anything that criticizes the tail would be asked to go back to where they came from, be denied entry. So it just goes to show that the United States is on a slippery slope. Unfortunately, people are concerned with who is getting schooled in the international field, forgetting that all of these things are going to impact even Americans. Are you?
So, you're absolutely right. And I'm like, you know what? God forbid I'm stopped or whatever. And I'm gonna say, well, I've been here since 1978. Will it make a difference? No.
It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. And
because your face doesn't fit. You don't have protection for the complexion. Sorry.
Yeah. That's the America today. What, and correct me if I'm wrong, Adesoji, but I'm sure I heard that if you're visiting, let us say you plan to visit family for 2 months, right? You're on summer holiday and you say you want to come, you're a teacher. Let's say you're a teacher from Jamaica and you want to come and spend time with your family, you want the 2 month break and put up your feet, relax. You have to register because they don't want you here beyond 30 days.
The big R, yeah, register. Not as a Republican, but registered so that they know that you're in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually they want to toss you out.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not even if they want to toss you out. Don't forget, we move here in terms of people who are here. We have this family affiliation. So the problem is if you have someone within that family who has irregular papers and they come after you and you're not at home, if they pick up this person, can you see how it's, so that's why I just made a conscious decision. I'm like, this visa, although freshly collected, is going to expire. Because I don't see myself putting myself, one, I'm not even going to delete my phone for no one. Nor are you going to go through my phone. So that one is not happening. So you can rest assured I'm going to miss my my beautiful people. I'm going to miss my bookstores that I normally go to in New York. But nah, I'm sorry.
You got to protect your peace. I totally get it. You got to protect your peace. And I would never tell anyone, no, don't worry about it. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't tell anybody. What is interesting, and of course, we're going to talk about it later on, excuse me, with the universities, international students. And my question is, if you're revoking the visas of international students, are we reimbursing them? Because when them parents or whoever for cough up 3 times for the school fees. But anyway, let's keep it moving. Back to the, they're not.
They're not. And just a key point there. You said they're revoking the visa of international students.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that most of these universities, majority of them, rely on the tuition of those students to keep their schools running. Not everybody has endowments like the likes of Harvard, Yale, Stanford, and the other big ones. So the schools down the wrong in terms of means rely on that. And it's a way for the government to be able to control those schools because we can't allow free thinkers. A society that is informed is a threat to fascism. So if we can keep you uninformed, they already got Department of Education. If we can keep if we can keep the citizens uninformed, we're home free. But the moment they know what their rights are, what is in the Constitution, we can't run a train on them.
Right. And just a word of advice. So my friend who works with Caribbean Airways, based in Kingston, but he works between South Florida and Kingston. He's one of their engineers. So Saturday he called me. He was like, listen, tell anybody you know traveling, just be on the P's and Q's, right? Because he said the attitude that you face now with going through customs and immigration is not the same. The attitudes, people are very impersonal, if you want to call it that. The days when they would used to say, oh, welcome home or welcome to them days done. They're very robotic, if you want to call it that, and they have nasty attitudes, he was saying. And he's like, if you can avoid traveling with food, avoid it, because them can open up your things, them open up your packaging, all like if you walk with a case of patty, them can open up your patty them And you know how that go already. You touch my food, that's it. It's over with. So yeah, don't come thinking you're going to smile up with anybody and it's okay. Just let's keep it business, keep it moving. Be on your P's and Q's. Them not take nothing, them not yeah. It's just cold pretty much if you get the idea. So if anybody traveling, and it doesn't matter, folks, if you're traveling international or if you're traveling within the it's a different day, it's a different dawn.
There is a reason for the TSA. They signed a contract during the second year of Biden's term, which essentially guarantees them better work benefits, salaries, and what's it called? Trump's government over the weekend signed an executive order which basically tore up that agreement. By that, it means those people, they cannot go on strike. So he's doing what Reagan did in 1980 when he fired the what's it called? The FAA staff. Now, essentially what these guys want to do is privatize the TSA. And here is the thing. In the 9/11 Commission, which set up the TSA specifically making it a federal body, was so that what happened prior to 9/11 would not be able to happen with people communicating on different bandwidths, no clear line of authority and what have you. So if you privatize the TSA, it's highly unlikely that one company can take care of all the United States. You know what that means. So there'll be somebody running the Los Angeles airports. There'll be another company running the ones in Atlanta, another one running, and you see the picture. So you're going to create the chaos that, yes, post 9/11, we had to take off shoes, take off our belts.
We have to be naked.
Well, I've seen somebody's pants drop, which is not a pretty sight, and
And I want to tell you something. If you notice, 9/11, post 9/11, the way people would dress to travel changed drastically. And post 9/11, you see people in their hair bonnet, you see people in them socks and slippers, people in them pajamas, literally traveling that way because them can't matter. There were the days when people used to at least put themselves together, dress up, and them days 11 threw that out the window. So you pretty much see people in as little as possible sometimes traveling. Because them can't matter. It was too much stripping down.
Yeah, enough to make you blush. I mean, the last time I came to New York, oh my God. Okay, let's get on. Let's go.
Sorry. All right, next up. So good job, CARICOM. We've been saying this. It's the morning, James. Morning. Excuse me. So we just wrapped up talking about CARICOM labor ministers agreeing on a unified approach to support free movement. And this has to include not only people, but goods and services. All right. So that's a good look. All right. Next up, a deliberate poisoning. How a banned pesticide haunts the French Caribbean. This article courtesy of The Guardian. Yeah, The Guardian. Excuse me. So, Tiburce Cleon was just a teenager when he began working in the vast banana plantations of Guadeloupe. For 5 decades, he toiled long hours in the fields under the Caribbean sun. Then, a few months after retiring in 2021, he was given a diagnosis that many of his colleagues had received before him: prostate cancer. Guadeloupe and Martinique, 2 French islands in the Caribbean, have some of the highest rates of cancer in the world. One of the culprits is exposure to an extremely toxic and persistent pesticide called chlordecone. This fine white powder was widely used at banana plantations on the islands from 1972 to 1993 to combat the banana weevil, a pest that ravaged crops. For decades, workers and activists in the French Caribbean have fought for recognition of chlordecone's devastating health and environmental impacts. Progress has been slow, but on March 11, a French court ordered the state to compensate 11 victims. In a region where an estimated 90% of the population has traces of chlordecone in their blood, the decision is a small step in a long fight for justice. Throughout his life, Cleon worked with chlordecone routinely. He would use his bare hands to scatter the powder at the base of banana trees, without gloves or a mask. When it was time for lunch, he and his colleagues would bring food to their mouths with powdered cups. At night, the workers would return home in chlordecone covered clothing, washing them alongside their family's laundry. Cleon's treatment and surgery were successful, and he considers himself lucky in his recovery. But the lifelong effects of the prostatectomy, such as urinary incontinence, infertility, and erectile dysfunction, can be life altering. As a result, many of Cleon's colleagues experience shame and do not speak about their struggles publicly. After prostate cancer, life changes, he says. Some people lose the will to live. Emotions run deep among the workers. Whenever the topic of chlordecone arises, there is significant anger toward those in power, the government, pesticide producers, and the banana industry. Understandably so. But I have a question. You're sprinkling something that is poisonous, point blank, it is poison. You're sprinkling this at the base of banana trees. When the rain falls or they water these banana trees and that chemical seeps down into the ground, don't the roots absorb that? So it's not just the farmers who are being affected. Don't you think the population at large is affected? Hence the reason for the 90% of the population having chlordecone in their blood. Which now I ask the question, is it the same chemical that is used across the Caribbean? And why is it that the government allowed the poison to be used in the agricultural sector? Nobody did a study on this chemical before giving it the green light to be used. Does Guadeloupe export bananas? Let me jump on Google here 1 second. Guadeloupe and Martinique, do they export bananas? Now I'm thinking about the prevalence of cancer throughout the Caribbean. Besides what we're consuming, what we get on the shelves in the supermarkets? No, I think we have to pay attention to the ground provision. We have to look at the agricultural sector in our islands across the region. Hold on a second. Because here we might have an answer, or one of the answers to the issues as it relates to the uptick in cancer related cases being identified across the Caribbean. Was it last year or the year before? We had grave concerns about it because we're like, we never had this issue in the Caribbean before. Where is this coming from? Oh boy. Who else does this? When you buy green bananas, do you wash them off with soap? Like I use dishwashing liquid to wash off the skin. I don't just, it's a habit I have. I don't know if anybody else does that. You do, Rosola? Yeah, I do that. I get some soapy water in what we call in Jamaica pudding pan, on them stainless steel pan. A little baking soda, and I scrub them off.
Yeah, morning.
Good morning, James. How is it up there in the north?
It's good.
How is the weather?
We're over here celebrating you know, our major punch on the US, 40% travel down where yeah. So
hello, please don't celebrate because a lot of you come to South Florida and a lot of you have property here in South Florida, and the South Florida is taking a hit right now economically.
well, people are selling their properties. That's how far they're going. So yeah. Yeah, but to this thing, I think this is deliberate. I think this is like what you call like chemical warfare. And you know, I spoke about it last week that Jamaica, just imagine like Jamaica was banana and sugarcane. That's what, you know, enslaved Africans were brought to Jamaica, and we were like millions of tons of sugarcane and banana. And now Jamaica can't even make banana chips anymore because Jamaica went through this process decades ago where you saw an attack on bananas. Like I don't know if you remember a time when like all the banana trees, like they were like have these insect thing on them and yeah. So yes, so it's a deliberate attack. And you know, back in the days, they were telling us that the method that we use for hundreds of years in terms of making our own fertilizer naturally out of like cow manure and stuff like that. And like what do you call it? The banana, like old fruits and stuff when you put them together. What's that process again? When you put them together in the dirt, like banana skin, old skin. Composting. Yeah, they were telling us that is not in terms of like, it wasn't a good process because like cow manure and all this type of stuff. And they introduced chemical. And now we see that every single Jamaica banana chips you take up, it's like packaged in Jamaica, but it's from like Ecuador, Colombia, or whatever. We can't even do banana chips anymore. So I think what is happening now, we see like France, they're losing everything, right? They're losing all the African countries. We saw the protests late last year, earlier this year with, you know, the Caribbean islands that they control. They're losing power. And I think this is about fighting back, making sure that they don't lose everything. So I think that is what's going on.
So interestingly, James, as you were talking, yes, Jamaica imports green bananas.
Yeah, that just sounds crazy. Just you saying that sounds just ridiculous.
Exactly.
You know?
So Jamaica imports bananas, including green bananas, though the total import value is relatively small. I know this number has to be wrong in this article here where they're saying Jamaica imported $564. It has to be $564 million or $5 million worth of bananas. With the main sources here, listen to this madness. We import green banana from the United States, when the United States imports the green banana from Central America. So Jamaica imports the green bananas from the United States and Brazil. Green bananas are a staple in Jamaican cuisine and are often referred to as green figs. That makes sense. Somebody make that make sense. We are importing green bananas from the United States when the United States imports green bananas from Central America. So we're paying twice for something. Why, if we had to import, why would we go and import from the US? Why not go directly to Central America? Which country is it? Costa Rica, wherever them have Chiquita. Not that you want that. Why not import just from other countries if you have to? But Jamaica should not have to import green banana. Point blank. So you're telling me, James, the St. Mary banana, all them green banana farms that them used to have out in St. Mary, them not there again? That gone? So the brand St. Mary banana chips. Is it St. Mary bananas in there?
Every single banana chips that I picked up in Jamaica was from Ecuador. They make the banana chips there and they ship it and they just put it in a bag in Jamaica. And that is just, we don't make it.
Oh, jeez. No, man, this can't real. No, this can't real, James. Me can't believe. Go ahead, Alexia. Come, me can't take that one day.
And one of the leading banana snack with a banana or plantain snack is not even Jamaican. Saldanza.
Which one you talk? Chippies?
Saldanza. Chippy, look here. All of our local banana snacks are way down on the consumption ladder. We had Stenko, and Stenko ran out of business. Somebody bought it and come back with it, and it just went. Chippies still a go on, but it not hot like one time. There are only say a handful of people love chippies at this point. Or Jamaica, even some local people trying to break into the banana chips market will still struggle because Saldanza and St. Mary's are on the thing. But Saldanza even outrun St. Mary. You understand me?
This is madness. This is madness. Okay, so Alexia, I went on and I typed in a question, where are Jamaican banana chips made? So Jamaican banana chips, particularly those under the JP St. Mary's brand, are manufactured in factories located in St. Mary, Jamaica and Monte Cristi, the Dominican Republic. That makes sense? So Mr. Nemard put a comment in the chat. We have been convinced that we can't have enough to feed ourselves. Better to depend on masa bakra masa. And we are that easily brainwashed? Is it so easy to brainwash us?
This is coming from a long way because I've always asked this question. Why is it that as a small island and we have two prominent dairies, why we're not making our own cheese? Why? Why we're not making our own cheese? Why is it that the cheese that dominates our market it comes in a tin?
The tasty cheese you that don't make a Jamaica.
Look, there we go. There we go. And the other, every other cheese still don't make a Jamaica. Why are we not making our own butter? Why? And you know what someone told me? Oh, we don't have enough cows to do that. I'm like, are you serious? But yet, somehow, the people of Jamaica have been convinced that margarine is butter. And I keep saying, no, margarine is margarine. Butter is different.
By the way, the tasty cheese, New Zealand. What we are saying, we kill with dead. We say Jamaican cheese, and you will not want no cheese unless it's Jamaican cheese. Let's get it right. It's actually New Zealand cheese.
People hardly drinking milk like first time, you know. As now in Jamaica, a lot of people are lactose intolerant. So why don't we? What are we doing with all that milk that has to be returned to the dairy at the end of the week or 2 weeks? What? And we have so much shelf-stable milk now more than ever. I've walked into supermarkets where I don't see a buckle, a good row of milk on the shelf, but I see a whole lot of oat milk and almond milk. I'm just saying.
And by the way, on a side note, Mr. Saddam have a new packaging for the cheese. Put back the tin. When they put back the tin, when people are talking about they can't get the cheese out of the tin, they're only making fun tasty. Don't do that because all them have to do are cut off the bottom, cut off the top, and knock out the cheese. The cheese can't come out of the pan. So anybody who would say they can't get out the cheese, I'm sorry, it's easy to come out. Cut the bottom, cut the top, and knock it out. Me not care for the fact that they're gonna put it in a plastic thing. No. So yes, Tasha. Made from top quality cheddar cheese from New Zealand. Tasty cheese is a Jamaican pasteurized processed blend of the finest cheese, which gives it its unique taste. Oh, and by the way, while we're talking about cheese, and since we're going off on a tangent, the leather that is used to make your Hermes bags and your Gucci bags, 100% leather. Africa.
Yeah.
So, on a think about Italian leather, it's really African leather. I love it. I'm here for it. China TikTok is spilling all the tea, baby. But I've been telling y'all, and I been know this long time, but anybody want to listen to me? Continue on, James.
Yeah, so the thing that people, I don't know why the world sat down and just allowed the US to do all of this damage, because like this started like way back, like from 30, 40 years ago. Because remember back in the days with say chicken in Jamaica, right? We were able to grow our own chicken with everything from Jamaica. And then they convinced us that corns, the Jamaican corns, were not good enough to feed chicken. Because even as a child, I remember like as a 9-year-old, we used to have, me and my brothers, we used to plant corn. And we used to have these big corn trees like in the front of our yard.
Is it me or is it James? We lost James.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. And the thing about the corns, like you plant the corn, you pick off a few of them, you ox them out and you put them aside and they germinate and you can plant from that. Now with this American technology, they don't want you to have the ability to use your corn and do the same process of germination. So what they do now, they make a one and done. So you have to buy the corn. The GMO, you have to buy it from them now. So, and countries allow these things to get inside their country. Like those things should not be in Jamaica. We should have had the old process just the same. And now we're forced to buy like chicken back from America. Something like $20 million or something every year in those chicken back from America. When, like growing up 30 years ago, like, most time chicken back are just dog food, But no, we're forced to buy it from America because they convince us that we need their chicken feed in order for our chicken to grow. So they kill everything. Our industries are completely wiped out. And it's just unfortunate that in a modern time, we coming out of slavery, coming out of like the darkest days in Jamaica, we were able to feed ourselves. Trinidad was able to do, Barbados was able to do the same, and now, even when you see the Mia Motley admitting that 75% of what is on the supermarket shelf does not come from the region, that is a sad state of affair for CARICOM. So, I don't know.
Listen, James, you say, Mr. Nemad, come on, we soon hear say Blue Mountain coffee come from Germany. We have a problem, but it is not a problem that stems strictly from our governments across the region. Let us look a little deeper. What international bodies do we rely on for funding? And remember, I have said this, and I think we all have expressed this sentiment here. As long as you have outside interference, you're going to be dictated to. As long as you're taking funding from an international body, you are being told what to do. My father tell me this from a little bit till now. He who hath the money hath the power. When you go to a bank to secure a loan, you're giving up some amount of your freedom. They are controlling you to a degree. Well, guess what? You don't think these outside institutions are controlling our countries, telling the leaders of our countries, the governments of our countries, what can and cannot happen? And that is why it goes back to a conversation we had a couple of weeks ago where I said, you can't tell me, say, a particular community or particular communities within countries that from me a Pitney, and me are over 50 now, from me a Pitney, they have been classified as inner city communities, ghettos. Different political leaders or representatives rather come and go, and the communities them stay same way. Not one leader is able to take the community out of the rut that it is in. We don't question that. And the people who live in these communities, we don't question it. And so, but hold on there. I've been living here for 40 years. I've been living here for 30 years, and I have not seen any change. I see my representatives when it's election time. But beyond that, we still have the zinc fence for a wall. We still have the little rocky pathway for walk. We still not have certain things in place. We don't stop and think about these things. And then show up election time, sweet talk and on a vote. How are you holding your leaders accountable? And this is across the globe, quite frankly. Because even here in the States, certain communities, regardless of who the political representative is, remain the same. No change. So as citizens, we have a hand in our in determining what happens, because if you allow a person to take advantage of you, they are going to continue to do it. It's a given. The brainwashing is real. I don't know what them telling you to make you feel say it's okay to live in said communities for 30, 40, 50, 60 years with no change, no improvement. And you're happy with that? The only time when I have an outcry is when somebody is unalived by the police or the JDF. The other time is when there is a flooding and a house flood out or wash away. That's the only time there's an outcry. Beyond that, everybody quiet, everybody's complicit. Don't you want more for yourselves, for your communities? With the amount of money that is pumped into Jamaica, whether it's through loans, grants, taxes, whatever, whatever the source of revenue is, quite frankly, in my opinion, across the entire Caribbean, everybody should be able to live a middle class life at minimum. At minimum. Nobody should be living in dire poverty. That's how I look at it. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, moment. And the problem is I think people are just waking up to the idea that the Caribbean and Africa have been subsidizing the lifestyle of Europe, right? People are just waking up to that, because I was just talking to a friend yesterday. His mom is in she lives in Sweden now. No, Switzerland. And food is expensive there. They make good money, but he said food is expensive. And they go across to France to buy food and to come back because it's cheap. And that was one of the things that came out in the riots in the French Caribbean islands. That the same exact brands, same labels, were like 3 times more expensive in those islands. And in France, like you could go there and just pick it up for like little and nothing. The people of France have been able to like take 2 months vacation. The people in the islands that are governed by France, they have the regular 2 weeks. So we have been subsidizing the lifestyle of people in Europe for decades. And this, because of what is happening in Africa now, it's freaking them out that probably now they can't get like a 2 years maternity leave on the backs of people from Africa and the Caribbean. So I think this is what you see happening now. They're fighting back to keep certain things because they're losing everything in Africa. So it's going to be very interesting to see France by 2030, if their lifestyle is going to just vanish what they used to enjoy, if they're going to, it's not going to be the same.
No. James, as you're saying that, you're jogging my memory, because I came across a video, and it's a question I have asked, but it was interesting to see that there are other people who are of the same train of thought and asking the same question. So the video I came across had a few people talking about their experience in countries in Africa. One in particular, an African-American woman who moved to Africa, right? And she was airing her grouses as it relates to how people are treated differently, right? So her thing is, how can you tell me? And she was relating the story, her experience as it relates to Ghana, excuse me. She said, how can you tell me to come back home? You say, come home, open arms, we're here for you. However, the moment the locals recognize that you're a foreigner, your price is different. I remember a couple years ago going to a particular spot in Jamaica, in Kingston. And because I did not have my Jamaican passport, I had to pay the US price. And it was not my first experience, right? And I was like, this is totally unfair. And the lady brought up something. She said, in the States, it doesn't matter where you're from, it's the same price. It doesn't matter if you're a visitor or a US citizen or a US resident, it's the same price, except for school. You go into the store, it's the same price. You go to certain spots, it's the same price. I haven't been to Disney in years, but I know for Disney, you have in-state and out-state. That's another exception. But for the most part, you are not charged entrance into a club or a water park based on where you come from. And I always question that in Jamaica. I think I don't like it. So because I'm showing I have to show a US passport, or I can't prove my Jamaican prove that I'm a Jamaican citizen, you're charging me the foreign price. Me not like it. I think it should be one price. I know a lot of people not gonna agree, but I think it's a little unfair. That's something look funny. One price for everybody. Why are we doing that? Why do we have to have different prices? James, you've worked in the tourism sector. Why do they have different prices for locals versus foreigners? To me, it's like you're taking advantage of the foreigner because they have the foreign exchange. I don't
Well,
like
the claim it's a discount. It's a discount for locals, and it make things kind of complicated because like I've seen going to, I think it's probably the same establishment, and there were two like
corporate.
There were two there were two Caucasians in front of me, and they went up and they were immediately charging them the foreign price, and they were like, "No, we're Jamaicans," and they're like, "Oh, show me," like, and they took out their driver's license. They were I think Americans, but they were working in Jamaica. They were residents, so they had their local driver's license, and they were able to pay the local price. And then you see behind them a Jamaican, a black Jamaican without their Jamaican ID. They had to pay the foreign price. So
I don't like it. So it's funny you said, because it was three of us that went. Me, Marlon, and Marlon's cousin. She paid for the three of us, but because we didn't have our Jamaican ID to show, she paid the Jamaican rate for herself and the foreign rate for the two of us. It's BS, man. I'm sorry. I have issues with that. I don't like it. I find it leaves us a sour taste in my mouth. Who want bex with me, bex with me. I don't care. Everybody have to work hard for their money. But me have to pay more just because I'm a foreigner. I think it's extortion. That's how I feel.
You see Upper Duns River, everybody in a one line. One line of the tourists and one of the local. And even if you go in the local section and you literally chow out the patois, you're like, no, we're gonna need the ID.
Yeah.
And look at things, we'll take picture of my ID and have it on my phone, because why would I be taking my ID to Duns River? Really?
It don't make sense. I'm sorry. Whoever came up with that rule,
it's extortion. It's extortion.
And it's not new. This has been going on for decades. I don't like it.
Extortion. Because I've seen where we went to local places that is not even deemed a tourist area. Like tourist recreation. It's a local thing. We just regular people are doing them thing. And the minute you walk up and you look like Jamaican, because Jamaican can pick out leave today. And they be like, yeah, I want 5 bills to come in, man. I was all right, cool. And as soon as somebody who did look Jamaican to them go open their mouth and they hear the twang, $1,000 chip. Me I said, no, you don't understand. If I fight for me, I'll fight for she. So make up your mind. Yeah.
Steve, what's up, Steve? Listen, man, I wanna fix it. I don't know who we talk to. Do we talk to is it the Minister of Tourism? Who do we make an appeal to?
I think we have to talk to the king. Get other soldier on the phone because it's a reality. Like it only happens in like predominantly black countries. That's one of the thing that's unfortunate. And all the countries that were colonized by other soldiers. People. So yeah, I think we need to get him on the phone and see if he can cut a deal with His Majesty.
Hold on, what Steve said, Marlon is an American. What is it? American or Jamaican, Steve? Which one? Him say, warm what? You yourself need the cousin, Steve. You yourself need the cousin. All right. So back to this article. Look how far we went off topic. But Guadeloupe and Martinique are major banana exporting islands, with bananas being a significant economic driver. They produce about 260,000 tons annually, with the majority, 70%, marketed in France and 30% exported. The Cooperative Union of Banana Producers Group of Guadeloupe and Martinique handles the majority of the production and export. The government needs to do something. You're allowing these chemicals that are causing prostate cancer rates to be the highest, amongst the highest in the world, in such a small island, or in those 2 small islands. Unacceptable. Please put your people and your people's health and well-being ahead of profits. Find natural, organic ways, pesticides. We have to go back to roots. We have to. This is ridiculous. We're supposed to eat green bananas because they're good for us, right? Iron. What other benefit is there to be had? And beside the benefit, we know it's a part of our diet, right? Boiled green bananas, or you make banana porridge. So many things. The people of Guadeloupe and Martinique deserve better. Go ahead, go right ahead.
I don't know if you saw the interview with RFK. He did an interview with one of these Christian networks. You saw the interview? So he did an interview with a Christian network, and surprisingly, like he was, what's his name? What's his name again? Is it Bill Gates? That's trying to buy up all the farms all over the world. And he was accusing him of buying out properties in Africa, right across Africa. And he was saying that people in Africa that they have been farming for thousands of years, they are coming in now and telling them that the way they're doing it is wrong, and they are bringing in a different way to farm more effective, and going into Africa and destroying thousands of years of what these people were doing. So that was a very interesting interview.
So hold on. Who allowed him to come there under that? No, the leaders in those countries are frightened. No, the leaders from those countries, because them frightened, allow them to come in the conduit. There's something wrong with our mentality and the way we think. Foreigner, we're frightened. Local, with disrespect. Roll out red carpet for the foreigner could have broke like a maga dog or sit on a wharf side and wait for 2 bone for throw out. We give them way more respect than our own people. And it seems to be a problem in countries where we are predominantly of African descent. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's a completely fair assessment. I think, remember, embargo. Remember, these guys work with their politicians. So if you reject their offer, you know, just like in Zimbabwe and stuff like that, that have this embargo for decades, just like what you see with the dragon deal in Trinidad and Tobago, you know, like, so if you don't do what they work with their politicians, that's why they pay them, right? They work with them, and if you refuse whatever, then an embargo. So, yeah, I think it's more than that. Some politicians will sell out, but I think a lot of the politicians, especially in African countries, their hands have been forced with this whole embargo thing.
Oh boy. They're friends. They will sell you out in a heartbeat. Even without that example, James, on a day-to-day, sell out in a heartbeat. We need to do better. We need to do better. The government of Guadeloupe and Martinique, tighten up, fix the issue. Next up, American Friends of Jamaica donates over $100 million for social projects. James, when I saw this article, I don't know why I immediately thought about you and the conversations we've had about the amount of money that has been pumped into Jamaica. And the soldier said, what is the going rate for our president? Presidents, prime ministers. Remember, I said this at a soldier, and I've always said this, and a lot of people don't like when I say, but everybody has a price. Everybody is for sale. Everybody is for sale. Remember me tell you that. What's up, Dr. Leslie?
What up, baby? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. We don't want you to show off on us.
I want to show off fun. Oh no. When all you see the goodness and the glory, let me flip it around. Let me flip it. Let me flip it. Let me flip it.
So flip the camera, make us see what you work with now. Because, okay. Who want to look? Because she's showing off on us.
I mean, you're looking at the salt pond right now, but over there is where the action is. And you can see that little thing in the background, that little salt, that little sandy thing. That's called it's called Sandy Island.
Hold on, let me see something. Javed said it bigger.
I just eaten breakfast.
All right, so
Make
where
it
are
bigger?
you? Where are you? Where are you?
I'm not telling people where I am, but this is
but you're going to show off on us. Okay.
Yeah. See that little dot there is actually an island. It's called Sandy Island, Sandy Point.
I see construction going on. You know, my eyes quick on construction. I see construction going on.
We did the restaurant. I'm just at a French restaurant here, and having breakfast. I had saltfish. I have some leftover Johnny cake. Bourgeon.
Which island is that?
Lemongrass tea.
Fever grass. Listen, me not smile with you right now.
Fever grass, lemongrass with basil and mint.
Am I supposed to be happy for you?
I'm supposed to be very happy for you. Happy for me is a rat. Happy for me is a rat. Let me eat this last bit of saltfish and go and lay down and have my lemongrass vodka.
And she just said, rub it more. Wow.
I'm making them bad. Listen, and I put on a swim. See that I put on for a long time, honey. I lift myself in the mirror, but you want to go on a date with me, girl?
Dr.
Come
Leslie.
on a date with my girl.
You know what? You work hard. You deserve it. You absolutely deserve it. All the magnets you have to put up with in this country. Take the well-needed break. If you don't come back, it's okay. I get it. If you decide to stay.
These people here do not want me to. They're like, Doc, are you coming back? I said, oh, God. Hey, oh, God. They're not. I have been so busy. Yesterday, I was on the boat because we had a boat race yesterday. And my team won, yay, Paprika. And I was so wiped out. I forget what boat life is like. Boat life is so I was exhausted. So today I'm gonna lay on the beach. I actually went walking in the water this morning, and then I swam early before them other people come. And now I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna lie down. Here you go, darling. Thank you.
She said before them other people come. You know, you see.
Yeah, I lie down. Let me tell you, I don't like them, I never thought I would say that, but some of them I don't like because they're so entitled.
Hold on there.
So
How you
we
fix I saw? Hold on there. I don't know how you fix this. You know something I don't know how to switch it back? I don't know how to fix back the screen.
it's only because she's jealous, Ollie. Don't worry. Whatever.
Whatever. I'm trying, Jack. I'm trying. And
I have opened up shop here. In fact, I'm about to meet one of my patients. I had dinner with a patient last night who's now 10 years old, big girl. Oh my God. So I had to put her to sit on my lap like she used to do before. It was different. My lap scream. Because my girl get big.
But you out there having fun. I absolutely I'm happy for you. I'm not gonna say I'm not happy for you. I really am happy for you. Everybody deserves a break.
Haters.
Everybody
Haters
deserves
will be haters.
everybody deserves to have a
Haters
good
will
time.
be haters.
I hate for you. Me can't fix back the screen, Ja. I don't know if to do it. Ja tell me if it enlarge or something. Me enlarge or something. No, me try to flip it back. No, me can't get it back.
That's how she working with my jaw. Don't pay she don't mind. That's how she doing, man. That's okay. Yes, the water is good. Oh my gosh. When I go back to where I am, I will come back on and show you the water. Now you're gonna really hate me.
No.
What I will try to do is I will post on my story one of the pictures of my story. I did actually. We were on a boat. I posted something yesterday. But I don't like to tell folks where I am until I leave.
I don't blame you. No. It's the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do.
Because they're too damn fast. They're too mako.
It's the right thing to do. Okay, yeah. I'm playing around with this thing and I can't fix it back. All right, it's okay. Sounds good.
Well, you're putting everybody but me.
No, I did put you. I did put you.
I know, but now, oh, there I am. Yes.
You're not.
Oh, girl, how you doing like that? I never see a girl that go wine like that. Hey. Oh, it's not after hours.
I can't. Hold on there, doctor. Listen, I'll try to fix that something. Yeah, I can't put myself back for some reason. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, hold on. The patience.
Why putting she back?
Okay.
Oh God.
Got it.
I was getting so used to me.
Can we see the water one more time before we keep it moving?
Well, the water is not. You can't really see the water from here because I'm on. Well, let me hold on.
Yeah,
this is not really the water you want to see, but I will show you. I have to see how I can enlarge it. I don't know how I can enlarge it. So it is what it is.
Sorry, just a little touch of it.
Just a little touch of it, you know. A little touch of it.
Yes. Thank you for blessing us this morning with that beautiful view.
I'm gonna let you all go now so that I can go sun this chocolate. Melt it down.
When you get near the ocean later, come back so we can see it.
Yeah, I live in the room.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
I'll put it in the stories.
All right. Well, thank you so much for checking in, Dr.
You're welcome.
I
will melt a chocolate. Bye.
Later. All right, folks. So, back to this article. American Friends of Jamaica donates over $100 million for social projects. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. At the recent charity banquet in Miami, the American Friends of Jamaica, AFJ, announced a generous donation of over $100 million, approximately US $650,000, to support various social projects and organizations in Jamaica. The event, held on April 5, marked another milestone in the AFJ's ongoing efforts to assist local Jamaican groups in need. Lee Issa and Paul Issa were also honored at the gala. According to AFJ Executive Director Karen Chung, the organization organizes two major fundraisers annually in the United States to generate funds for Jamaican social initiatives. One is held in Miami in April or May, and the other in New York, usually in October. Proceeds from both galas are combined to fund our discretionary grants program. In November, we put out an announcement inviting applicants to submit their applications for grants through AFJ. All right, folks. So this year, the AFJ received 79 grant applications, which are reviewed through a stringent process, Chung added. We have a very stringent process. We announce it on social media, on the radio, and on the television. The website is afj.org. The application can be found there with a list of criteria. Entities have to be registered charities. Let me say that again. Entities have to be registered charities in Jamaica and have to have a board of directors with someone accountable for finance. So if you're not thinking to get it for private use, or not get it for private use, and for those of you who are going to a charity that is non-existent to try and scam the people, they might not catch you now, but they will catch you eventually. What I'm saying, long run, short catch. Don't worry yourself. The soldier said, I am registered. Through its funding program, AFJ continues to have a significant influence on social development, healthcare, and early childhood education initiatives in Jamaica. Chung emphasized, we all come together and we contribute to the nation building of this country. The onus is not only on government and private sector, the government, private sector philanthropists, we all have a role to play in this, and the AFJ has been contributing significantly over the years to programs in Jamaica. All right, I am going to put the link for this article on the Coffee Into website later on once we've ended the show. Check it out. I'm not sure if they helping to build Jamaica. Yes, Adesoji, can we be positive? Let us be positive.
Yeah, start the plan.
Oh, by the way, folks, the US will be screening immigrants' social media, and they are looking for anti-Semitism. They're also looking for any derogatory comments or negative feelings regarding the President of the United States of America. So I'm asking you, please, to be very careful. And this is also for visitors to the United States of America. If you know you have any posts, any comments, any text messages that show anti-Semitism, meaning you are against Israel, if you have anything that paints the President of the United States in a negative light, I would strongly recommend you remove those from your phone when visiting the United States of America. Please and thank you. When you go back to your countries, you can pick up the pieces and keep moving forward. But for now, when you're coming to the US, keep your thoughts to yourself, remove them from your devices, and just remove your social media handles. That's all I would say. Or get a burner device.
What happened to freedom of speech? Wasn't this the party of freedom of speech?
All animals are now equal.
Thank you. Go read Animal Farm, James. George Orwell. George Orwell? Are you writing? I can't remember.
George
Orwell. Please, we have to do it in school. Exactly. Yeah. It was one of our literature books in high school, and I presume you had to do it in school too, James. No, if you did read the book, I don't know, but you need to go read the book. It's a short read, folks. It's a short read. So, just a warning to anyone planning to visit the United States of America, depending, I don't care where you're coming from across the world. You don't know if you will be searched, if your device will be searched, and yes, you do have to let them search your device. Otherwise, they can say no entry. It is what it is.
I think because I heard that Canada, like they put up a travel restriction on the US, urging Canadians to be careful when traveling there because there are some incidents that they put up a restriction. And so I think that this is an opportunity for all countries, like even the Caribbean, because they always put travel restriction for us. So we should put up a travel restriction now.
Well, some countries have been issuing their warnings to their citizens for travel, and I think that is why we're seeing a decline in international visitors. Yep, we are seeing a decline, folks. All right, moving right along, Japan donates patrol vessels to boost Jamaica crime fighting capabilities. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly.com. The government of Japan has donated 5 maritime patrol vessels to Jamaica, reinforcing its ongoing support for the island's efforts to reduce crime and strengthen national security. The vessels were officially handed over during a ceremony at the Jamaica Defense Force Coast Guard base, and that was in Port Royal, Kingston, on Thursday, April 10. The donation marks the latest contribution in a long standing partnership between the two nations. Assistant Commissioner of Police, ACP, Jacqueline Green, representing the Jamaica Constabulary Force, praised Japan's continued generosity through grants, equipment, and diplomatic goodwill. She said these contributions have enhanced not only the capacity of the security forces to fight crime, but also their ability to help build safer communities. The newly donated vessels, she said, represent a significant step forward. And time for us to go down in our coffee pot for our entertainment news. And I think the world is talking about this one. Vibes Cartel makes history with emotional, sold out return to New York. Did you all see Safari crying? Yep, Safari was crying. Let's go ahead and read this article. CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com is reporting historic, emotional, unprecedented. Those are just a few of the words being used to describe the triumphant return of Vibes Cartel to the US stage after 20 years and his first performance since regaining his American visa in January. The king of the dancehall, I didn't say being a Caribbean National Weekly article, may I read? The king of dancehall made his long-awaited comeback with 2 back-to-back sold-out shows at Brooklyn's Barclays Center on April 10 and 11, each pulling in a crowd of 19,000 fans. Presented by Reggae Fest, the two-night event wasn't just another tour stop, it was a coronation. Vibes Cartel is now the first dance hall artist to sell out Barclays Center, and he did it twice in a row, cementing his place in music history. But beyond the numbers, the venue itself added deeper meaning. Brooklyn has long been one of the beating hearts of Caribbean culture in the US, home to generations of Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Haitians, Guyanese, and other communities that grew up on dancehall, reggae, and soca. Add to that the African American audience that has always embraced Jamaican sound system culture. And you get a borough where Cartel's music has never stopped playing, even during his time behind bars. Performing at Barclays wasn't just about filling seats, it was about touching the core of the diaspora. Night one had the energy of a homecoming and the emotional weight of a redemption arc. After serving 13 years in prison, Cartel freed just last year, staged with a new sense of purpose. He told fans he's changed, putting God and family first. The sentiment came to life when he got visibly emotional during the performance of his latest track, God is the Greatest. Far may I come from, what a journey, good thing God got me, he sang, fighting back tears. The lineup for night one was stacked. Diane, Ja Vinci, Russian, and Black Rhino, who notably missed Cartel's Freedom Street show in Jamaica, delivered great performances. Busta Rhymes and Spice out the stage, while big names like Dexter Daps, Elephant Man, Stefflon Don, Buju Banton, and Cardi B, among others, looked on from the crowd and joined Cartel backstage. It was Cardi who later put the scale of the night into perspective, saying, I've never seen it, Barclays Center, this packed. Then let's talk about night two. Night two envelope even further. Little Kim Fabulous and Neo all joined Cartel, with Neo delivering his hit Miss Independent, a nod to Cartel's own remix of the track with Romping Shop. In addition to some of the musical acts who performed on night one, YG Marley, Kraft Chronic Law, Cranium, Ishana, and Skilly Bang helped amplify the night's intensity. Shensia also hit the stage for the first time with Vibes Cartel to perform Looney, the breakout single he wrote for her. Ghanaian star Molly also stunned with her viral hit Shake It to the Max, sharing the stage with Shensia and Skilly Bang. Popcorn, who couldn't attend due to visa issues, still made a cameo via FaceTime as Cartel performed their classic collab, Clarks. Both nights featured one of the most touching moments of the entire concert, Cartel bringing out his mother on stage to honor her with the song Mama. The crowd roared in appreciation for the woman behind the band. The entire dancehall community felt the magnitude of the moment. Bounty Killer took to Instagram to offer praise, saying, God's work never been done by no other dancehall artist before. Back-to-back sold-out shows, same city. Don't say Buju because he's now a reggae artist. Not even Jay-Z ever sold out Barclays like that. His life is a true testimony that there is a true and a living God among us. Dancehall in its rightful space, again, right now. If it's not unity, leave dancehall community. What Vibes Cartel did at Barclays wasn't just a record-breaking comeback. It was a full circle moment, a celebration of resilience, legacy, and the power of music to transcend even the darkest chapters. And for 2 unforgettable nights in Brooklyn, dance hall was the heartbeat of the city. Well, round of applause. All right. What are your thoughts? Jay, did you watch it? Did you watch any of it? Have you seen any of the videos of the Gaza Girls?
No, I didn't see it yet because I had a busy weekend. But yeah, no, but the thing with Cartel though, like Cartel is not the best performer, right? But Cartel is a genius. He's a marketing genius, and I don't think it's even close. If you get every dancehall reggae artist combined in the history of Jamaica music, I don't think it even come close in terms of marketing. Cartel can sell ice to Canada, can sell snow to Canada during winter. That's how good he is in marketing. So yeah, like kudos to him that he was able to do that, to sell out. Because even the Freedom Street, like I wasn't there, but I felt like I wanted a refund because the performance wasn't good. But the fact that he could pull it off.
Freedom Street, the one that was in Jamaica, you're saying that it wasn't.
No, the Vibes Cartel concert in Jamaica was not good. Was not good. Trust me, it wasn't good. I can give him his credit and say like he's a marketing genius. But that concert was like I would not pay to go there.
So what were you expecting at that concert? While you said that it wasn't good, what were you expecting and they failed to do it?
Well, the thing is, honestly, like I didn't have any expectation because I know that he was like sick. Vibes Cartel was never a good performer. Never. Like Vibes Cartel can't even touch like Beenie Man's like shoes lace when he come on to performing. Everybody knows that. He's not the best performer. He's never been the best performer. So coming out of prison and with the Graves' disease, like I didn't expect a good performance, but just to see him there and see him struggling performing there, it was hard to watch at some point. But, you have to give him his credit. Like he pulled it off. People were singing his song for him. Like when he couldn't, like he was like gasping to sing them, people were just finishing the songs. So to pull off that, he's a genius. He's a genius. To pull off in Jamaica and to pull off Barclays Center, that is no easy feat. That takes a genius. So he is a genius, just not the best performer.
Well, okay, Tasha is saying here, James, that most people who attended said it was great. All right, so I would not, this is my personal take, both on Freedom Street and on the past weekend here. He alone would not have been able to do it for various reasons. Health being number one. He does not have the stamina. So bringing all these acts together, and even other performers who have been doing this for years, they have to bring other people on to help them, right? What we see a lot of times on social media or even on cable network is edited programs, making us believe that, oh my gosh, this person was able to perform for 2 hours straight. It doesn't happen, right? They have intermissions, and understandably so. Yes, I agree. Great marketing, good production. Um, and I think the message, the underlying message, really and truly, as Bounty said, it's time for unity within the dancehall community, and we move forward. Um, let's see what he does in Miami, or well, Fort Lauderdale. It's going to be at the Amaranth Center in Sunrise, Florida. Let's see what he does there. As he says, it's more nostalgia, to be honest. You know, as you're saying that, when you talk about nostalgia, quite a few people said he didn't even have to sing. He could just sit on the stage or stand up on the stage, and the entire audience would take it from there.
Yeah, and moments. I wouldn't even have to compare him with too much. Like, just because the thing is, the unique thing about this situation is that we saw it 2 years ago with Buju Banton, right? And Buju Banton was always a good performer. Buju Banton can perform for like 3 hours. Buju Banton is older than Cartel. Buju Banton came out of prison the same track record, right? And Buju Banton performance in Jamaica was electric. Like, he was jumping up on stage, like he was like almost like backflip on stage or whatever.
You can't compare the two though, James. You have to.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Buju
That's what I'm saying. Buju
American
Banton.
Hold on a second. Buju was in an American prison with all the facilities to be able to work out, and he didn't have the health issues. Not for you, I'm just speaking in general for everybody to understand why the two can't be compared, right? Buju was in an American prison, and let it be said, you can't compare an American prison to a Jamaican prison system.
No, I understand all of that, but all I'm saying that there's no footage in dancehall history of Vybz Kartel giving an electric performance. Vybz Kartel music speak, the way he writes and he put his thing together, that is what catch people. But in terms of a performance like a Buju Banton, a performance like a Shabba, a performance like a Beanie Man, you will never see a tape anywhere with Vybz Kartel. So nobody put Vybz Kartel. But Vybz Kartel, rightfully, they can say the king of dancehall right now, right? But in terms of entertainment, in terms of performance, Vybz Kartel is not even in the top 10.
So let me ask that question. Do you want him to be like, do you want him to be like Benny? I don't think we should expect.
No, I'm just saying, like, for me, I appreciate the way he structures his music. I appreciate his music. I would enjoy going to a club, listening to Vybz Kartel, but to pay that extra money to go to a concert is not about music, it's about performance. It's about the extra stuff. So like when you see Elephant Man jump off a box and pick up the big fat woman and throw her up in the air, like those type of stuff is why people pay the extra money to go to concerts. Like if you want good music, you can hear the same good music in the clubs. And Vybz Kartel provide good music, but just not good performance. And to me, if I'm spending like, I heard like $7,000 for some ticket. If I'm going to spend $7,000, I want to see like Michael Jackson like performance for my $7,000 US. That's all I'm saying.
James, I agree with you. We not gonna expect. I never expected a performance from Cartel. You get what I say? Because you're right. He was never a performer. He has the catalog, right? A lot of old school artists don't have the catalog that Cartel has. And I think that's what he has that works for him best. Yeah. So as somebody said, he could have just stood on the stage and people that the rhythm just need to come on and him start it and the crowd would just take it. And that's what happened at those 2 nights. You understand me? He was never a performer. And I'm seeing now that you see the new age dancehall artists them, they are not really performers, to be honest. Even the little youngins them will jump up and down on the stage. They're not truly performers. Majority of them not have the real stage presence. Majority of them, in order to actually get through the performance, them have to either half drunk or drugged up.
Illicit up substance.
So yeah, them have to there, you know. And our old schoolers, like, I mean, I said them probably never use no substance. I don't know. But look at even as old as Barry Hammond. This man have a performance presence. You understand me? Jaman. All of the old school.
Alexia, does Barris sings? What does he do on stage that besides his songs, everybody can sing them? What does Barris do on stage besides sing?
Barris has his own little gimmicks that followers, his people who appreciate his music, knows and appreciate those little gimmicks that he has. Like he would start singing and would stop, talk to the crowd, get them involved in the performance itself. You understand me? Even put up your foot on the box, one little way, a flash your finger when you sing a particular part of the song. Those are still a part of the performance. Stage presence.
So hold on now. Okay, comparison is the robs you of joy, and I don't want to compare them, but I saw props and stuff on the concert, and remember that this man is limited in his physical.
No, I'm not. No, James and I aren't talking about this concert. Okay. That is where you guys are getting it wrong.
All right, you're talking forever and ever. Amen.
We're talking about before prison. Because if you go back and watch any of the Sumfest he has ever done, any of this thing or whatever, it wasn't really a performance. It was always something confrontational going on. You get what I mean? So we rile up the crowd. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Just
I'm gonna have to go back and watch some. and then I can say your name. So Dr. Les is showing off on us. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ozzy.
No, man, I'm not showing off. Can I say something real quick and I'm going to leave on a...
Hold on,
Ozzy. I just have to say that if you're white in here, I apologize, but I'm going to make a general statement. White people have no freaking bureaucracy. I'm at this resort, and it's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful space. They are wonderful, beige-colored seating. Okay, you see the chairs? You see it beige, right? This old, wrinkled up, look like death warmed over woman has her feet with her shoes up on the chair. So I walked over. I said, hold on a second. Perfect. All right.
These are the activity options.
Okay. I'll scan the clears. Perfect. Thank you. Hold on a second. I'm on a public live here, so I can't let it.
All right, go ahead in the meantime. Aziz. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Sorry. So I said to her, get your feet off the chair. The chair is not made for your feet, and you have on shoes. I said, people have to sit there. She said, well, I need to have my feet up. I said, in that case, you get something and you put it down and you put your feet up if that's the case, but you don't put your shoes that you're walking outside with on the chair. Okay? She looked at me like I was crazy. But I went and I said to the staff, I said, listen, let me tell you all, I can't stand some of these white tourists because they're so entitled and they come to these places and they want to do whatever they want to do, whenever they want to do it, however they want to do it. And I'm sick of them. So I went back out to her, get your feet off the chair. And I moved the chair. And she finally got up and she left. So that's my bad girl thing for the day. I just want y'all to know. I can't stand them. I can't stand them. I can't stand when they come to our spaces and places and want to do whatever they want to do, however they want to do it. Get some brought up, see, man. Show some manners. Not today. Not on my island. All right, then. Sorry to interrupt your show, man. I know you would understand, and I have other island people on there, but these freaking people, man, looking like death warmed over. Looking like death warmed over. Why are you doing this? I wish I can show you her, but I'm not that mean. I won't show you her. Oh, yeah, there she is. No, I wouldn't do that. But, oh God.
You know, it's funny that you said you're relaying that experience. Coming back to you, Ozzy, funny that you're relaying that experience because just last week I spoke about tourists in general, especially from the US going to the Caribbean. Regardless of what they look like, they tend to disrespect and it's not a color issue, it just used to be a behavioral issue. They come from the US, they go to the Caribbean, and they're very disrespectful. They speak down to the locals. They come with a sense of entitlement, and it is a shame. And I have said it, that if you're going to visit any country outside of the US, I don't care what your ethnicity is, I don't care what your racial makeup is, please act accordingly. Act accordingly.
Exactly.
Respect people's countries.
Brought up, see.
Respect people's places. And I have seen hotel rooms trashed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have to.
Listen, I'm going to say this last thing. When we walk by each other here, we say good morning, good afternoon, good day.
That's a local thing.
Like my mother say good morning. You go walk. Okay, you ain't gonna say good morning, cat or dog. You have to say good morning, cat, good morning, dog. That's how we say it in Trinidad. So there are times in St. Thomas when folks will walk by on the elevator and not say something. And I have in the hospital, I would said, good morning. We say good morning here. We greet each other with good morning here. And then they look at me, oh, good morning.
I think that's an American thing too, because I think that's an American
Learn your
thing,
manners.
Dr. Leslie. I think it's an American thing. You hold the door for them.
That's American thing,
thank you.
Yeah.
They don't say thank you. Yeah. In the
thank
Caribbean, you know, say your grandmother, your mother, your auntie.
You give them the right away, they don't wait thank you. You give them the right away, they don't say thank you. No brought up to you. Okay. Sorry, manners. I mean, hear me. Sorry, moments are gone.
All right, Dr. Leslie. Thank you for the
Never gonna get a drink.
Ozzy, go ahead, Ozzy. Back over to you, Ozzy. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience.
Oh man, she's not wrong though. But now I was going to say though, like for the millennial generation, what people are seeing, especially with the cartel concerts, right, is more than is the power of nostalgia, right? Cartel pretty much encompasses a large part of our upbringing. And if you pay attention, he pretty much after he was incarcerated, the whole sound of dancehall changed. So going to his concert is like going back to that time, going back to the childhood, the young adulthood, you know? So it's that for a lot of people. And like someone said, I can't remember who it was, to a certain extent, it doesn't necessarily matter what he does. It's just that people want to be in that space, in that mindset again.
Do you think the culture, well, I know my personal opinion on it, and that's why you'll hear me play mostly 80s, 90s, and early 2000s dancehall. But do you think the music needs a redirecting?
So I look at it different ways, right? music evolves over time. We can't change it. Different generations have different experiences, and that's how it goes. So the thing go, right? But I think that the universal appeal in the sound is what's changed. Because a lot of the rhythms aren't as upbeat as they used to be, aren't as unique as they used to be. Like juggling is like a thing of the past now, you know?
Mhm.
And therefore, because of that, like the cultural aspect of that is like fading away. And that led to a lot of legendary collaborations, you know, a certain level of unity. And it's just different. Cause if we're talking about like trap dancehall and that kind of stuff, like most of everybody who's not from Jamaica don't want to hear that from Jamaica.
I don't want to hear the trap dance song. I'm not gonna lie. I don't. For the most part, you find one or two songs as it, but generally speaking, I don't want to hear the trap dance song.
Yeah, but at the same time too, like I can't speak for the younger generation and their experiences as well, you know? Because in it if we thinking sort of like cyclically, I'm pretty sure when ska became a thing, the older generations were like, no, 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 we don't like that. We need more mental. When reggae became a thing, it was more like, bring back the ska. You know what I mean? So it's different ways to look at it.
So every genre within the genre had its challenges, so to speak, faced some sort of opposition.
Yeah.
All right. So
Generation previous.
yeah, yeah. Thank you for that, Hansi. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, moments. The thing too with this new Vibes Cartel, right? This new Vibes Cartel is very honest. And even on his latest interview with the Breakfast Club, Vibes Cartel said, yes, I'm the king of dancehall because of my influence. And he said, look, it's not because of my music sales, because if that was the case, it would be Sean Paul and Shaggy, right? So the one thing I appreciate with him is very honest. He knows where he have the impact, because the reality is that when you're talking about impact on a culture in dancehall history, you can only mention four people. You can mention Movado, you can mention Vibes Cartel, Bounty Killer, and Beanie Man. Like they change, they have such an impact on dancehall culture that, and you can probably throw like Shabba Rankin in it too. But there are other dancehall artists that change the music in certain way. And we talk about like Elephant Man, we talk about a Sean Paul that arguably in terms of the music, like more successful, they have been on more international stage, they have a lot more things, but in terms of the cultural impact, you know, you'd have to say like Bounty Killer was one of the person that impacted dancehall in such a way that it just changed dancehall completely, and then Vibes Cartel would be that other person. So the good thing with him is that he knows his strength, and he played towards his strength, and that is why he's so successful.
You won't. So interestingly, James, I pulled up what it came up for Spotify, the most popular artists in dancehall globally, folks, not just out of Jamaica, globally. Coming in at number 25, Conscience. 24, Busy Signal. 23, Chaka Demus and Plaz. 22, DJ Glad. 21, Chronics. 20, Egyptian. Number 19, Vibes Cartel. Number 18, Kevin Little. Number 17, Carly Buds. Number 16, Popcorn. 15, Spice. 14, Beanie Man. 13, Maureen. 12, Mr. Easy. 11, Blaze Fire. 10, Kalash. 9, Charlie Black. 8, Skilly Bang. 7, Damian Marley. 6, Shensia. 5, Steph London. 4, Wizkid. 3, Jota. And 2, Burna Boy. Number 1, Sean Paul. And this is based on monthly listeners. Sean Paul tops it with 39,459,371 listeners, with 96,716. And this is on Spotify alone. Who is Jota? Me never hear about Jota yet. Who is Kalash? Who is Maureen? No disrespect. I don't know. Me probably hear the music family, but me never hear them. DJ Glam. Who that? Yeah, talk to me, Ozzy.
All right, so Kalash and Maureen are part of a movement that's happening in the French Caribbean right now. There's a genre called Shatta, which is like a derivative of dancehall. And so they are like the top artists in that genre. But one thing I don't understand the list is Kevin Little is soca, not dancehall, and Burna Boy and Wizkid they're Afrobeat. So I don't know.
I don't know. Is it the particular songs that they have done? Is it that there are particular songs that would be put under the umbrella of dancehall? For example, Kevin Little.
Possibly.
I think that's what it is. I have a Kevin Little song in my head. I know it. But who is the DJ? Okay, so Geely says Kalash is a French artist from Martinique. Okay, I'm gonna look him up. Now I'm interested to know who these people are. Their music. Thanks for the recognition here.
Moments. I think one of the big mistake people make with music, because America is seen as the epicenter of music, right? So people just take what is going on, but they're not realizing that there's a wider world out there that appreciate, for example, like reggae music, dancehall music in Europe. When you compare like to what is going on in America, dancehall music, reggae music is nothing in North America. When you go to Europe, places like Germany and even like Spain and those, like reggae music, dancehall music is at a bigger level, at a higher level than in North America. So if you're watching the North American market to determine who is like selling more, you're making a big mistake, because Europe and Africa and other places, that is where the numbers are coming from. America is the epicenter because everybody wants to go into the American market, but it's not the end all be all of music.
Yeah. So the people who put the list together, Jack, it's based on monthly listeners, meaning the streams, and the number of followers that the have on the platforms. And I see what you're saying as it relates to Burna Boy, right? Go ahead, Ozzy. Go ahead.
Yeah, one last point. One of the biggest issues when it comes to streaming platforms is that for certain genre classifications, they don't have them listed. So therefore, they would have to default to being classified as reggae or dancehall or some other genre that's there.
Okay, so Geely put in the chat, Burna was originally a dancehall artist. I didn't even know that. I'm learning that today. I know you do have quite a few African dancehall artists out of Kenya. I know that. So them not only come out of Jamaica, them all over the place, folks. Interesting.
Yeah, all of the top Afrobeat artists now, they were previously dancehall artists.
So
yeah,
why did they switch? Why did they switch to Afrobeat?
No, because dancehall changed, and then the new sound of Afrobeat, they developed the new sound of Afrobeat, and they took it on, and then they switched from dancehall. But a lot of them, in the midst of the whole Vybz Kartel, Movado clash, like a lot of like Burna Boy, Wizkid, a lot of those guys, they started out as like one of them was like Ghanaian, like Vybz Kartel, and so they came out of dancehall, they started dancehall, and then they switched to Afrobeat when the new sound was developing, and then now they're considered Afrobeat artists and not dancehall.
There's that too, but also that Afrobeats is a umbrella term for a number of genres. So that could include like Afro dancehall, Afro, and these other sounds. It's kind of like if you say like Latin music or like urban music, there is like a specific distinction that it's from Africa. But for marketing purposes, it's classified as Afrobeats.
Okay, interesting. I thought Damian Marley would have had more streams. I don't know. But yeah, I thought he would have had more streams than this, just on Spotify alone, folks. So this list is a compilation based on Spotify only. I guess I would need to also go to Apple, Pandora, all the different streaming platforms. But this one is later, Tasha. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming through. Thank you for the love and the support. So I guess it will differ from platform to platform. What so for women, okay, coming in at number 5 is Stefan, dun 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 dun. Number 6, Shensia. Number 13, Maureen. Number 15, Spice. This is in the top 25 on Spotify based on streams and followers. Streams, well, not necessarily followers. It's most of the streams that rank them. I haven't heard anything out of Conscience lately. He's been quiet.
What's amazing is that Calibuds is still is on that list after so long. You know, from a small island after so long, like he maintained that list. So, you know, that's the thing. Like when we look at just what is trending, the trending artists. There are reggae artists, dancehall artists out there having an impact, and you don't even hear about them like in the mainstream. So that's the thing about the music. Like it's if you look at America, you're gonna miss a lot of things.
But let us correct something. He is American, but raised in Bermuda. So he's really American. New Orleans born, but raised in
He was born in New Orleans, Calibuds?
Born in New Orleans, raised in Bermuda.
Because I know his family is Bermudan, like his parents.
He's still American. Once you're born on the people themselves, you're American. So he's American. He's American by birth. But also Burmese.
Yeah, but to me, Calibuds is the best dancehall artist out of Jamaica. Like not even close. I don't know, like, because I've met him in person, I've seen him perform in person, and it's just amazing, like that. Yeah, like he's really good. Like he grabbed the culture. He's like Gentleman. I would say Gentleman is the best reggae artist, but Calibuds, man, like the culture, like I guess just around a lot of Jamaicans, like in Bermuda and stuff like that. But you just adapt the culture in such a way that you could compare him to like a Sean Paul, and you wouldn't be surprised if he was from Jamaica.
As he said, wow, Gentleman, best German reggae artist. And the upcoming one that I like now, Richie Campbell. Oh, yeah, me. Yes, okay. Julie says Sean Paul crossed over to pop with that record with Sia, so I can see why he is number 1. And you know, Julie, what I like about Sean Paul is that no matter who he does a collab with, it's the same Sean Paul you're getting. His latest collab with Tyler, the remix of Jump, is the same Sean Paul. From Sean Paul bust on the scene, if you know, you know, to now, he has not changed. His delivery, everything is the same. Any rhythm is the same Sean Paul. He stays true to who he is. He doesn't try to reinvent the wheel. The thing with Sean Paul, he is business-like. And that is what a lot of our Jamaican artists in particular are missing. The business-like mindset. If only they would stop thinking, just getting behind a mic in a booth, spitting lyrics, showing up at a dance. And no, you have to invest in your craft. You have to take it on. Own it.
Yeah, I think he's the most disrespected Jamaican artist of all time. If I should make Sean Paul would be at number 1. Like, he doesn't get half, not even a quarter of the credit that he deserves.
You see what Gila say? He never pulled a Shensia. Gila, you're on for that. You're on for that. But I'll say this. How long now has she been on the scene? How long now has she been on the scene? How long now has she been? And if it's being honest, and yes, Shensia no hard feelings toward you, none whatsoever. But probably stop jumping up and down so much. I want to hear more of you when you hit the stage, not so much the what you call it something? I don't want to hear the studio sound. I want to hear you, Shensia. And when you're live, your voice is deeper. I don't know if you're going down too deep. I, I don't know. You got to find that balance, you know. Yeah, yes, you gain people's attention with your beauty, but I want to hear your voice on a stage performance. Go ahead, Ozzy.
But one thing I noticed too is that when popular dancehall artists sign to like American record labels, usually they don't know what to do with them and they don't know how to handle them. But one thing about Sean Paul is that he had a proper circle around him. So he had people like Jeremy Harden advocating for him throughout the whole process. And that's why his sound didn't didn't like he didn't really conform to like the labels as much as others.
He's a rebel.
Yeah. Because if you ever notice, is always some reggae dancehall artists, even some soca artists too. Like they sign to a major US label, and then all of a sudden they don't know how to market them, and then there's alienation between the core fans and the fans that they're trying to attract. So it's a weird balancing act.
Yeah. I think if Chancy had the right people around her, she would have surpassed like even her own expectation. I think if she had like a Jeremy Arden, like a Dave Kelly type around her, I think she would have, gone to that leap to that next level easily. Because like these guys are genius. Like, and those are the guys that don't even get credit to, like the Kelly brothers. Like these guys are, when you talk about dancehall, you talk about the Kelly brothers, because most of the accomplishment with dancehall, like you have the Kelly brothers, like you have Jeremy Harden, you have a specialist, you have these guys. I think she needed someone like that to take that next leap, because if like look at Bounty Killer achieved international stardom, which would have been impossible with just the name, right? Just the name. And he was able to get songs with like Poojies, No Doubt, because of these guys, because of like people like Dave Kelly and these guys. He was able to get those collaboration and not move away from being his natural self and succeed in those and made it to the international level, even though like the name Killer was not appealing to the American market. So she needed someone like those around her.
She should have stuck with Russian. Oh, it's so funny, as it, but she was trying to do that with Russian, but they fell out. That has a lot to do, me personally, from the outside looking in, that has a lot to do with her management. Yeah, your management team has a lot to do with your success, and they can take it to a certain level. And if they, hey, green eyed girl, if you are not looking beyond a certain scope, you're going to be limited. You're going to be limited. And I don't think she has found the right fit yet. And I would like for them to stop honing in on her looks. Yes, she's pretty, but we need more than the looks. And if we're not going to focus on her music career, well, it's time to diversify. It is time to diversify her portfolio. What other things can she get into? That, because I don't know. How did her studio albums do? They haven't found the right fit for her. They haven't. Not yet. It's a hit. She has some hits, yes, but I think by now she should have been further ahead, as you pointed out. could have been further ahead. All right, 27 minutes before the top of the hour. We're going to keep it moving. That article, we started talking about Vybz Kartel and his performance in New York, back-to-back sold out nights. Congratulations to the team up there in New York who put the show together. All right, it is time for stories out of Latin America. World Bank announces a $12 billion support package for Argentina. Article courtesy of yahoo.com. According to Reuters, the World Bank on Friday announced a $12 billion support package for Argentina to support economic reforms and boost government measures to promote job creation. The support package for Argentina signals a strong vote of confidence in the government's efforts to stabilize and modernize the economy. The bank made that statement. All right. Next up, according to The Guardian, there's a controversial landfill near a place I will not even try to pronounce, which has polluted protected wetlands, which is causing harm to the people and the environment, according to local campaigners. And this is happening in Colombia. A French firm has been accused of dumping toxic waste. What is wrong with these foreign companies? For years, scientists, environmental groups, fishers, and the wider population have denounced the pollution of San Silvestre's waters, which have been caused by a large landfill on the outskirts of Barranca Bermeja. This issue has been there since the landfill arrived, Diaz says. It has caused significant damage to the fishing community, and the quality of life has changed completely. So, what is the Colombian government going to do? How are they going to hold these people in the oil production region accountable? We have these oil refining companies or oil companies, production companies. Everywhere they go, they create problems. Yes, we understand that there is going to be spillage. Yes, we understand that there are going to be accidents, but clean up immediately, instantaneously. It's always creating and causing environmental damage, health effects on the people, and it is usually the people at the lower end of the economic pole that get affected, that those are the ones who are impacted the most. Them are going with them simple life, they're not trouble nobody. Governments need to have meetings with the engineers, environmentalists, to see how they can stave off, mitigate the interference of the surroundings as much as possible. I'm tired of this. I want to make this heap of money, and then it's like it's a problem when the people them come after Uno to fix the issues. There are high concentrations of heavy metal, mercury, 25 times greater than what is considered a safe limit.
Comments. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. President.
These oil conglomerates has more money than countries, and they have the military backing of countries behind them. Besides all the other things that they do to topple governments, to influence elections and all the stuff like that, their pockets are really, really, really deep. So it is very difficult sometimes for one person to go after them.
Yeah.
And we don't have, bodies like the UN and the ICC and those, they're impotent. As a matter of fact, they're run by these organizations indirectly. So that's why they don't, even if you get a ruling, you can't enforce it. You can't enforce it. So many times countries are left with their hands tied. I'm not sure how that will change, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, we have to do some brainstorming. Their governments have to do some brainstorming. I'm tired of profits before people. I'm just tired of it. And it's a common thread throughout the world. Everywhere them go, it's the same problem. And they are allowed to get away with it, Mr. President. That is why they do not seek to be more responsible with their behavior, because they're allowed to. Come on, man. All right, next up. Excuse me. Every time the planes pass, my eyes burn. The hidden cost of Costa Rican bananas. Here we go again. We just spoke about Martinique and Guadeloupe. Now we have another pesticide issue. This article, courtesy of theguardian.com. Pesticides banned in the EU are still used in the Central American country, affecting workers and ecosystems, all to meet the demand for perfect fruit in the West. For more than 20 years, Lydiette Gomez's days have been punctuated by the hum of crop spraying planes. At dawn and dusk, the skies over Matina, capital of Limon, the Limon province on Costa Rica's Caribbean coast, are filled with aircraft spraying a viscous rain of agrochemicals onto banana plantations. The endless green sea of banana fields surrounding Gomez's Spartan wooden home belongs to Limo Fruit, part of Grupo Ac, one of the main players in Costa Rica's banana and pineapple export industry. Gomez, a single mother of three, is one of 451 women participating in research by the Regional Institute for Studies of Toxic Substances, and this is happening at the National University of Costa Rica. For 14 years, the study on pesticide exposure has investigated how chemicals used on banana plantations affect thyroid health and fetal development in pregnant women. Every time the planes pass, my eyes start to burn and my arms itch. Other common symptoms from coming in contact with the pesticides include nausea, vomiting, dizziness, fainting, dermatitis, and burning eyes. Among the pesticides found in the blood of women and children, including Gomez, 51, and her son Daniel, who is 14, are chlorothalonil and mancozeb, two fungicides associated with potential carcinogenic effects, as well as chlorpyrifos, I'm sorry, Lord, them sans words, you don't hold me to it, known for its neurotoxic effects on children. I want another long word, which I'm not going to bite up my tongue for. A type of insecticide which can hinder neurological development. Many of these agrochemicals are banned in Europe, but continue to be produced and exported to countries such as Costa Rica, where they help to meet market demands for the kind of aesthetically perfect bananas that are sold worldwide. Again, we have to hold the governments responsible for allowing the companies, these agricultural companies, to, we allow them to use these chemicals. So if I'm sure, no, let me back up. Is it just the workers out of the fields who are affected? Any other management, upper management, any of them affected by it? Or they're protected?
Oh man, not just the workers. I remember growing up and you used to see the banana plane. They just spray. When you're spraying from that height, it affects the entire area, the entire population. Not only that, it decimates the local biodiversity by killing a lot of the insects and birds. Because it kills the insects, the birds eat the insects, they kill the birds. It's bad. It's bad.
Unalive.
Oh, sorry, unalive, yeah.
Oh boy. And how are they?
And sometimes the government was involved, right? Yeah. But they probably think it was good, but by now we already have all the research and so to show it's not good. And that's probably one of the good thing with the decimation of the banana industry by geese in the Windward Island. No more spraying by the banana plane. So yeah, it's not good.
I think they need to revisit that because we live close to farmlands, right? Where we are here in South Florida. The redlands are just a stone's throw away from us. And when I would be dropping my sons to school when they were in high school, I would take the back road, which runs right alongside the farms. And there you would see the early in the morning. Of course, you have to make sure you have your windows up. But early in the morning, they would have the sprayers, that kind of like what the fire brigades use when they want to repair buildings. They use them to spray the fields with the corn and whatever is being grown in the fields at the time. Why can't they do that? Why it has to be aerial? And I'm not saying that the fumes you don't get some of the fumes going off in the atmosphere, but wouldn't that be a better way to do it versus having the planes go overhead? I don't know. But let me see if I can pronounce some of these words, because there are schools close to the farms, and some of the agrochemicals found at the school include amethyst, diazinon, chlorpyrifos, oxyfluorphen, turbifos, and caducephos. Banned in Europe. Go ahead, Mr. President. Thank you for the follow, Answers. Go ahead, Mr. President. All banned in the US, in the EU. So the Western world not care about.
I know in the island moments, the terrain did not allow for that because some of the stuff is mountainous, it's difficult to get to. So the easier way was to spray via plane, because it was a lot of artisanal farms. It's not like like a flat land where you have extensive. It was all artisanal farms. A lot of them was in the mountain areas, so that's why.
Well, I don't know, and this goes right back to the conversations we've had several times. Whatever we're eating is that making us sick, because if these things are harmful in the atmosphere, when them get down into the soil, it must transfer into the fruit itself. So we are being impacted. We're trying to eat healthy, but still at the same time, it's costing us to eat healthy. I don't know. Oh, boy. I don't know. All right, next up, camouflaged invasion. Panama opposition slams the security pact with the US. Article courtesy of Al Jazeera. Opposition politicians in Panama have accused the United States of launching a camouflaged invasion of the country after President Donald Trump confirmed the deployment of US soldiers days after the two countries signed a security pact. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Thursday confirmed that deals, including a memorandum of understanding, were reached between the U.S. and Panamanian authorities in efforts to secure the Panama Canal from Chinese influence. The Panama Canal is key terrain that must be secured by Panama with America and not China, Hegseth said in a statement on Wednesday during his 3-day trip to Panama. Hegseth said a deal with the Panama Canal Authority would allow U.S. warships and auxiliary ships first and free passage through the canal that connects the Pacific Ocean with the Atlantic and is a chief conduit for global trade. He added that U.S. troops would be deployed at three former military bases: Fort Sherman, Rodman Naval Base, and Howard Air Force Base. This is a part of a deal signed with Panama's Ministry of Public Security concerns in Panama. The last U.S. troops were pulled out of the country back in 1999. Why are we doing this?
Projection. That's why you're doing it. The understanding when the Panama Canal was ceded back to Panama in 1989 was the fact that there would never be any military or military ships using it to traverse the canal. So you're effectively tearing up your own agreement. That's it. There's no reason for it other than so-called perceived. I don't know what influence is. It's like saying you work in a globalized economy. Some people have more commercial traffic than you. Simply because they have more commercial traffic than you doesn't mean you override the sovereignty of another country. I don't care how close it is to you. If you have that kind of business, run it. Let it compete. This idea that you have the so-called battle of ideas, but yet when your ideas don't even run, you throw in force. It's not how you win friends, not how you win influence. Brute force. There's nothing to it. I mean, I saw the press conference when the Brooklyn Secretary of Defense that you guys have saying, "Oh, Mr. President, I'm sure you'll be happy to know that our troops are now." For what? You're effectively invading. For what? For what? You're not going to win that battle. The irony is, in the 70s, you were the ones that found out all your industrialization to China. That's 50 years plus now. And all of a sudden, you want us to do what? For one, there is no way you're going to produce what China produces. It's almost, I mean, it's asinine to even think about. There was another one that he was talking about this weekend. I just laughed. I'm like, who is in charge over there? Who? He said, and this is where people should really be scared. He said, yes, yeah, we're going to place some tariffs on India, the pharmaceutical industry. I'm like, do you know what you're saying? The drugs come from India. The chemicals used to make said drugs from India.
Medicine.
Oh, sorry, medicine comes from China. So the major input, the ingredients that you're using in those drugs, in those pharmaceuticals, come from China. They go into India. They're, mixed and matched. They're put back. The FDA goes there, check that everything is in order. Then they bring it into the United States and sell it at astronomical amounts. So if you don't already have a problem of the costs, now you're going to place tariffs on it. Are you?
Yeah. Oh boy, I'm not liking what's happening with Panama, but I just hope that there will be peace in the region. We don't have any unnecessary conflict. Everyone will be businesslike, conduct themselves accordingly, maintain some level of decorum, be amicable. I don't know. We just want harmony around here. There are a couple of things we like here in this region. We like with food, we like with drinks, and we like with music. Right? That's
the question I even like to pose to them is this: are you going to stop the ships with containers going through the canal? Yeah. So if you're not going to do that, what's the point of you being there?
But you notice China has said, okay, y'all can have it. Mexico was good.
Exactly. So the thing is, what are you going to do? Are you going to stop ships from going through? The man boggles. Why are you there? I mean, am I asking, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make logical sense. You're not stopping the ships from going through, which is what the ships do. They go through the canal. There are two canals. One goes northwards and the other one goes southbound, right? So one goes eastward and westwards. The other one comes eastwards, right? The traffic that is on those two channels are Chinese.
As you said, don't raise your blood pressure over us, other soldier. Enjoy your brackling, please.
No, because
he's worried for us, right? Because he doesn't understand how we're so passive on this side. Europeans are made up different.
I mean, okay. So here, it's not as if we don't have madness,
right?
But there are grown-ups in the room that would say, no, we're not doing that. That's a bit silly. This weekend, what's her name? Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the opposition, was caught making a gaffe It didn't need the leader of the government to call out to order. It was the people that called out to order. You understand? So basically, it's like, no, this is grown-ups talking. We don't do childish antics at the moment. Somebody else will deal with you. Yeah, the journalist. Sorry.
No, but honestly, we have to. The difference, though, over there, you all recognize the power of the people. Over here, the people have no power.
They do. That's the illusion. They do. Because if they don't, there will not be that thing called an election where they would lie through their teeth only to now turn around and probably stick one to their people in the back. So you have to, when you hear the news, and the worst thing is this for me, when they're talking, the courageous ignorance is mind-boggling. It's just off the chain. When you say something, it's like I think you just open your mouth and diarrhea just comes out and you think, what did you just say? Oh, yes. Mr. President said this. Just because Mr. President said it, are you not going to say, you know what? Yeah, but those clowns that are heavily influenced by are nowhere near power. And they will never get near power. That's one thing. You don't allow a 6-year-old to drive a car simply because he has long legs. No. So it's just no. You know what?
Listen. Oh, by the way, one of the TikTokers who I often frequent his page for trending stories because as them drop him let take up on TikTok. Well, I think he has 2 TikTok accounts. So one of them got flagged because his content is considered distressing. So he was distressing.
For whom? Oh, they're worried about him.
TikTok banned his thing because he said, I guess, I don't know whoever tell TikTok to do it, complain, said his content is distressing. He said, but it's the news. It's because all he does is repeat the news.
They don't want to be reminded of their foolery.
Please have mercy. Yeah, and he did put up the screenshot. I was looking for it. I think it's on his other page. Yeah, he put up the screenshot. You know what? Time for stories on the international scene. The UK steps in to save British steel as nationalisation looms. I'm sorry, folks. All right, according to AlJazeera.com, the UK government has taken effective control of British Steel in order to keep its blast furnaces running after lawmakers approved an emergency rescue. With 3,500 jobs hanging in the balance, British ministers rushed to push through legislation on Saturday to allow the state to temporarily assume operational control. The intervention follows a breakdown in talks between the UK government and British Steel's Chinese owner, the Jingye Group, over plans to transition the firm to greener production methods. After the vote, British Prime Minister Starmer traveled to the site, warning that the blast furnaces, losing 700,000 pounds a day, were on the brink of closure. What's going on, Adesoji? Huh.
Okay, so basically what they're having to contend with is there are certain in light of the technology of today are unsustainable. But balancing their own sustainability and also the fact that where it's positioned, where the furnace is positioned, the towns around it is what pours into that economy. So if they were to close that plant today, those communities around it would basically just tank. Yeah. So some areas like that from time to time you get one town that is regenerated and you realize the only reason why it's been regenerated is because something else has replaced what used to be the money maker there. There are towns where basically the only thing going for them is books. They just sell books. So they have book festivals that begin in May, runs till June, and then that community closes down. Not close down, but that is a thriving industry at that time, that 3 months window, right? And so everything else takes it back. You can still go to that town to go and buy your books, but the festival around it, the reading festival every day for that 90 days is unrivaled. Yeah. So, but in this area where the steel plant is in the northeast of the country. And again, that area used to be steel, used to be ships. The ships no longer come as they used to. So you begin to see error. So once the steel closes down, those ships will no longer come there again. There'll be no reason for them. But what are you going to replace? It's like the coal miners in Virginia. If you take the coal mines away, what are you going to give the people in Virginia to do?
Okay.
So you begin to see the correlation. So what the Chinese are hoping to do, is, okay, we're going to try and transit this plants to a more green effective, which means less coal, less grafting, more like precision cutting and stuff like that. But if you do that, of the 3,500 jobs that are on stake, maybe 2,000 might go. Where are that 2,000 going to go? Their pensions is tied also into the steel industry. So basically for them, it's like, okay, you know what? As you read the statement there, we're going to take it for a period of time. And that thing has transitioned from company after company. First, it was the Indian group, Tata, that took it over. They eventually sold it to the Chinese. Now the Chinese are also opting out. So the British are having to go back in to take it. And all of this is just basic patriotism. You're just being nationalistic. These things are unsustainable in the long run, that is. Because there are cheaper alternatives outside. Yeah. So eventually time would say, you know what, we tried, or what they will try and do is transition the people to other jobs. But those people are, they're stuck in their ways. So what are you going to ask them to do? Start selling plantain? No. So, I yield.
Thank you, Adesoji. Our next story out of the international news segment: Africa doesn't need aid, it needs control over its critical minerals. We've said this 1,000 times. Article courtesy of Al Jazeera.com. The decision of US President Donald Trump's administration to suspend foreign aid and shut down the USAID agency has sent shockwaves across the development industry. In 2024, nearly a third of the $41 billion in U.S. foreign aid went to Africa, helping to education and sanitation. But as aid organizations sound alarm bells and government officials wring their hands over suspended programs, we're missing the bigger picture. Africa's continued dependence on foreign aid is a choice, not a necessity. Our continent sits atop some of the world's largest reserves of the very minerals that will power the future. Yet we remain trapped in cycles of aid dependency. It is time to change that. Let us be clear about what is at stake. The Democratic Republic of the Congo supplies 70, yes, you heard me right, 70% of the world's cobalt, the essential ingredient in electric vehicle batteries. South Africa produces 75% of the world's platinum and 50% of palladium. Mozambique and Madagascar possess some of the largest graphite deposits globally. Zimbabwe has the largest deposits of cesium, or caesium rather, a critical metal which is used in what? GPS and 5G systems. More than just rocks and metals, these are the keys to the global clean energy transition. Every electric vehicle, solar panel, and wind turbine depends on minerals that Africa has in abundance. But yet, Africa poor, not true?
Of course we are. Of course we are. There is an article titled "The New Colonialism," written by Mark Curtis. It's a PDF. It's about 16 pages. Most of this stuff in there, but he focused on Britain. So, but it gives an idea of what it is that's going out there. And then, not only are they deliberately harnessing their stuff, it's that the people, the areas where this stuff is basically off limits to even nationals of those countries. Yeah, it's off limits to national. So your diamond mines are to you, your gold mines are off limits to you, your coal mines are off limits to you, your your copper mines are off limits to you. So it's like the of these minerals is within your territory, but they don't belong to you. You can't make this stuff up. Yeah. So you begin to see that and say, oh, but surely you guys can do something about it. Yes, we can. But then the way the idea of quote unquote independence has been framed is being framed in such a way that you can't have your own sovereignty and determine the price of your asset, which is why people who wrote, the brother who wrote How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Walter Rodney, was unalived in 1980. What's his name? Kwame Nkrumah, who wrote Neocolonialism, Last Stage of Imperialism, was toppled in 1966. Because if you gather those two books and just look through them, you won't scratch your head, you will shake your head wildly thinking, surely this is not possible. And those books are still as relevant as when they were written as they are today. In fact, I'll go one step further. Nkrumah wrote a book again in 1967 titled The Challenge of the Congo. In there, he told the world what the problem is, what the solution can be, what would happen if the solution is put in place, and what will happen if we don't have such a solution. I dare to say his forecast is with us today. It's very real. He said it, that if we're not careful, there will be countries fighting over other people's assets. Excuse me, Rwanda. Excuse me, Uganda. They will be enhanced by people using them as proxies from the outside. Excuse me, the United States. Excuse me, France. Excuse me, Britain. Excuse me, Belgium.
China.
China to a lesser degree at that time.
Oh, I've been China.
Yeah, to a lesser degree at that time. But Then he added one more caveat. Yeah. The last caveat was, as long as the leaders in those countries, in especially Congo, are not beholden to the people, the interest of those outside will supersede those inside. Excuse me, can you, Mr. Trump, can you come and invest in you see? It's like the guy is still with us. And he wrote that book in 1967. The Challenge of the Congo.
Nothing has
That's it.
Nothing has changed.
That's it.
So I'll read this and then we'll keep it moving. Critics will say we lack the infrastructure, expertise, and capital to process these minerals ourselves. They're right for now. But this is precisely where we should be investing our resources and focusing our political will. The Chinese understood this decades ago, which is why they have poured nearly 58 billion, yes, you heard it right, $58 billion into securing control of critical mineral supply chains across Africa. They saw the future while we were busy filling out aid application forms. That's it. Enough said. We don't have to say anything else. We have been talking about this. We have seen the problem, poor deals, poor negotiation. You have to know how to walk away from the table. Not all money is good money. Not all contracts are going to serve you and your people. We have to get into the habit of serving our people first. We need to move away from our leaders and those who serve them. We need them to stop thinking about themselves and them cronies and the gains to be had, which will only go to them, not to the population at large. It is the same. The wheel just keeps on turning. When are they going to get off the hamster wheel? They know what to do. It is not as though they don't know what to do. They know what to do. How? They know it even before they went to the negotiation table. And let us say they didn't. Let us say they were ignorant to that. They have heard their people. You want to tell me, say they not hear nobody talk up and say, listen, man, this now makes sense? No. But they choose to keep their left hand outstretched, or is it their right hand? I want to think it's the left hand, outstretched, so that they just take it and do this behind their backs and forget, and just a little, according to James, a trickle down to their people. We ought to demand more from them, people of your country. It is if the contracts have not expired, I don't know what the terms are, but it's time to tell them, listen, send a notice out. We need you to come back to the table. And when they come to the table, if they're not willing to meet you and your demands, because after all, you own the things I mean, I feel are your things. If they're not willing to agree with you, let them go. Let them go, because at some point they are going to be forced to come back because their businesses are going to fail. But again, easier said than done. A bad thing going worse. It was made bad from the get-go. Thank you to the Berlin Conference. Is that who we thank? Next. Go on.
Yep.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah. And if you don't know the Berlin Conferences, I strongly encourage what it is about. I strongly encourage all of us. We all have a device in our hands. Pick it up. Google. Okay. Next, it is time for stories out of North America. 13 minutes after the top of the hour. Want to say thank you to everyone listening online. QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. MadMusicHouse.com, any genre, anytime. Thank you to everyone here with me on YouTube. I appreciate you being here. And of course, a big thank you to everyone with me on TikTok, where we have our studio audience. Coffee and Joe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com. That's Laurmel, lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Also brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Head on over to www.grantcoffeehouse.com and at checkout, use the code CoffeeInto20 and get your 20% off. The link to the Coffee Into website for you on TikTok, it's in the bio here. If you're on YouTube, if you go to the Coffee Into website, just head on over to the shop page. You will see the links for our sponsors there. And for you on YouTube, the links are in the description. And everyone listening online, you can also head on over to coffeeinto.com. We try to make it easy for everyone. All right. Stories out of America. Tragic New York City helicopter crash hits home in Barcelona, where victims were well known. And of course, a lot of theories going around. I don't know. Let's take a listen to the soundbite courtesy of WSBN.
New details tonight after a helicopter's ill-fated fall into New York's Hudson River. Officials say the victims include a family of tourists from Spain on a sightseeing tour. Now loved ones of those on board are sharing their sorrow.
This is a really difficult situation.
An unthinkable moment for Joan Camprubi Montal, a relative of the family killed in a helicopter crash Thursday.
We are overwhelmed of the massive condolence we received, and this is probably because the Escobar Camprubi family was a really loved family. So thank you for that to all of you.
His sister, her husband, and 3 children visiting from Spain, all on a sightseeing tour when the chopper fell into the Hudson River 18 minutes into the flight. Divers continuing to search for any remnants they can find, including the aircraft's rotors, as witnesses say the chopper appeared to break apart midair before landing upside down. New York City Mayor Eric Adams expressing his condolences Saturday.
Our hearts are broken. On behalf of 8.5 million New Yorkers, I want to say to the family members and to the wider Spanish community that we are here with you.
The pilot, Sean Johnson, also losing his life, leaving a close friend heartbroken and nearly certain it wasn't Johnson's fault.
I'm a helicopter pilot. We started at the same time, and the man was a pilot. I highly doubt it's going to come back to anything that he did wrong.
Mayor Adams honoring his legacy.
He was a Navy SEAL. He fought to defend this country. We want to acknowledge him and his wife, Catherine, for her loss. And our prayers are with all of the family members involved.
Montal expressing his appreciation for the support he's received, dropping flowers in the water as he has to deal with this immense loss.
They left together. They left without suffering, and they left with a smile on their faces. And that's important for us. As a family, we want to remind and honor their happiness and their smile forever.
The aircraft that crashed was 21 years old. The FAA saying last September the chopper had to be repaired after developing a mechanical issue. The NTSB has now launched a full investigation.
Very tragic indeed. Very tragic. Go ahead.
Okay. First things first. If you look up the history of this helicopter flight sightseeing in New York, the fact that it was, you could see the rotor came off. Yeah, so literally they dropped to the floor. So again, we live in interesting times when the basic checks that need to be done for such aircraft to be considered airworthy are not being done. It was only a matter of time for something like this to happen. And the fact that you're saying these helicopters are flying for 21 years, and last year it had to be, come on. the older it is, the more checks that has to be done. The more checks that has to be done. You know, here, yes, we have old tourist, what's it called? Old tourist boats, like the dock with the wheels that will drive on the road, amphibious that will go into the what's it called? Into the River Thames, will go to the center, turn around and come back up. Those things go through rigorous check. If there's a leak, that's it. They will tank it. That notes on that profit over people means, and the fact that you now have a criminal in chief, both at the top and at the city level. Oh my God, it's just cringy, man.
That's the thing. I don't understand how this could happen because, from as I said earlier, a friend, one of my very dear friends, who is an engineer, he started out with Air Jamaica, so he's been in the whole airline industry for over 30 years now. When Air Jamaica went down, he moved over to Caribbean Airways, and he will tell you, the plane is serviced, right? If the plane pulls away from the gate, goes to the runway, and let us say for whatever reason the plane has to come back, let's say them get a passenger, if they take a passenger off the plane, nothing, no mechanical issue. As long as the plane comes back to the gate, it is checked. Again, them just check the plane before it pull out from the gate. But if it pull out and if it come back, bam, it a check again before it pulls out. That's how meticulous they are.
And the thing about the New York thing is also when you go there and you want to sign up to fly, I think it's, how much was it? At the time I came, it was about $150 for a 45 minutes flight. And you literally have to sign your life away. Yeah, literally. I just said, nah. Mm-mm.
The plane will get checked in Kingston. It departs Kingston, lands in Miami. It gets checked by the Miami team. Then it departs Miami, let us say for another island. When it gets there, it's checked again. So a plane can go to 3 to 4 different destinations depending on the amount of miles, right? The number of stops within a 24-hour period, and every stop checked. So you want to tell me we in third world countries know how to do a better job? We have better teams in place, more diligent, more committed, more responsible in developing countries, unlike all the third world countries. Oh yeah. A 21-year-old helicopter is to be checked from top to bottom, every screw, because I have questions. How the propeller come off so easy?
You said how the rotor came off?
How that come off so easy?
Yeah, the hook. They said the hook was missing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. So they said, okay, normally those rotors, if you see them spinning, they're held down by 2 pins. Yeah? And I mean, how even when you started the engine, did you not know that there was no one there? How? Did you not know there was no, I mean,
well, the pilot is not necessarily engineering now. The pilot is not necessarily engineering. So he
I am no
mechanic. Trusting his team. He's probably trusting his team and the team probably because there is a sheet that they have to sign off on.
Yeah, but moments, you're no mechanic. When you drive off and you have 3 wheels, are you not gonna notice?
I'm just just playing dumb right now because you
Yeah,
do
yeah, yeah.
know
No,
that
I understand.
you do
I
know
understand.
that pilots do a walk around for aircrafts before they
Yes.
take off.
But here, this is a rotor. This is a key one, the major one, the one in the middle. Yeah, that does you hear it, and if it's doing and it's not doing the sound normal because it's clanking, you know something is wrong. Exactly. So you get, yeah, you know. So at some point you're gonna say that doesn't sound right, and so I mean, I don't ask people to go watch it, but there are videos online when you see the thing fly off in one direction and the thing drops, the chassis drops to the sky. It drops from the sky. You know, so you ask the question, you know, it would be funny if it wasn't so sad because it's like that's not normal.
Something wasn't right. That's all I'm gonna say. Something isn't right. But we rest it there at a surgery. We wait for the report to come out from. Do we still have a body that investigates these things? I don't know what we have from what we don't have anymore.
Hey, listen.
The NSTB. Do we still have that in place?
Yeah, you still have. Yeah, they still have they still have the NSTV. But how diligent they will be in light of the fact that the checks that were supposed to be done were not done. Then there is the issue: what happened in Washington D.C. You've not gotten that report yet in. So, but all of this stuff is building up. Yeah, right.
News out of North America, Mexico, Viva Mexico, to send water to guess who? I find that where's Javed? I find that your state is very needed to just like us here in Florida. We needed oil from Mexico. Now Texas needs water from Mexico. What's up, Texas? Y'all can't manage on your own over there? I mean, y'all hate the Mexicans so much, allegedly. The thought that y'all need Mexico for something. Mexico, according to thehill.com, will facilitate an immediate delivery of water to farmers. And we need the water for our farms here. Greg, come here. Roll on over here. You need water, Greg? You don't have water over there for your farmers? Look at that. Look at that. Mexico will facilitate an immediate delivery of water to farmers in Texas to help shore up resources amid President Trump's tariff threats. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum made the announcement on Friday. Look at how gracious she is. Even though, you know what? She still cares about us Americans. For Texas farmers who are requesting water, there will be an immediate delivery of a certain number of millions of cubic meters that can be provided according to the water availability in the Rio Grande. Oh, look at her. I love her. The US and Mexico have been tangled in dispute regarding a 1944 treaty that stipulates that Mexico City. What do you mean you don't understand the story, Ja? You don't have no water for no farm them. You don't have it. So you beg Mexico for little water. And Claudia, being very nice, said, okay, she will immediately send the water con Guno. So the farmer them can have the water for them farms over there in Texas. You don't have it. Plain that simple. I don't know why they haven't run pipes to the towns. Because you don't have enough in all the towns either, Ja. Clearly them run the numbers and them say, otherwise, unless you don't want no water in your house. I mean, I don't know. You just don't have it. Because if them exhaust what you have in phone reserves, what you going to do? You don't have it. That's why when we run in our mouths now, we gotta be careful. Them don't throw stone behind you, you know. Them have a Because you have to take time, draw your hand out of lion mouth. We can't be big and bossy and braggadocious with our speech and act like we don't need anybody. Well, since we don't need anybody, why are we knocking on Mexico's door? Hey, need some neighbor. I know what I said last week, but it's not me. It's it's them up there in Washington. Don't worry about them. I need some water, please. We're a little parched over here. Go ahead, James.
Moments, but there are no lions in Jamaica, so how you take time draw your hand out a lion mouth of Jamaica?
Just says, I think the farmers should have had some type of catchment for rainwater. Maybe it doesn't rain that side of town. Let's think. You know what, Jack? Your state, have a conversation with your dear governor and find out what's going on. I saw a video the other day about some very rural parts of Texas. If I had the money, I'd go and buy those towns. Yeah, these towns have 100 and something people. I'd buy these towns. The towns, you ever watch them all Western movies? I saw the town them look. After them have the chitty chitty bang bang when they come out the bars and everybody starts going at each other. The towns look run down with populations of 100 and something people. And all you see all you see is junkyards all over the place. The towns are for sale. Let's see what we can do with these towns to revive them. I need to go buy a lotto ticket. Buy a lotto ticket, Jack. Buy a town of, I don't know if I want to buy a town in Texas, though. Y'all got issues over there. Oh boy. Yeah, so Texas, thank you. Not Texas, Mexico, thank you. Do we have an update on the meeting between Trump? By the way, did Bukele bring over the guy with him? Did he bring him with him? Adesoji, do we have any update? Because Trump is to meet Bukele today, as the U.S. deports more immigrants to El Salvador. Did he come with him?
Did he bring who?
Did he?
Oh no, the Supreme Court asked him to bring. No, they asked his administration to bring back the guy.
Right.
But we've not heard yet. So maybe by close of today, because it's just past midday your side now. So we should know whether that's happened or not.
What time is he supposed to be meeting with Bukele at the White House? Because Bukele is coming up from El Salvador. He could just bring the guy with him, couldn't he?
Look, they're normalizing criminality.
No, but so the 9 Supreme Court judges say he's to be brought back, and President Trump said that.
Yeah, but they can't.
You
but you can't fly. You can't fly a criminal on the same plane with the president of.
But he's not a criminal. He was said there mistakenly.
No, but that's what Pam Candy Bundy said. It's a criminal, isn't it? It's a gangster. Yeah. I know. You and I know he's not. But that's the narrative that's been carved. Now the courts have made them look like idiots. But you know how they will spin it. They were forced. That the court is getting in their way. They're already passing a bill through Parliament now to sort of derobe judges that get in their way. Can you imagine? That's the country of the land of the free and the brave.
Because what is interesting now is that, yes, the Supreme Court has ruled also that detainees must receive proper notice to contest deportation orders. What is interesting in this case here of Gilmar Abrego Garcia is that, yes, see you tomorrow, Adesoji. Have a wonderful rest of the day. What is interesting now is that, yes, the Supreme Court has ruled he is to be returned, but our president is saying that El Salvador is a sovereign nation, so it's up to El Salvador to make the decision as to what happens. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but something is not sitting right. And a lot of people on social media are expressing their concerns and not understanding why it is so difficult. What are the hiccups? What is the issue? Why can't it be instantaneous? Why isn't he on a flight back? So we let's see what comes out of the meeting today between Bukele and Trump. I'm not sure what time the meeting is, but I'm waiting for the outcome of that. Oh boy. Next up, visas of 18, yes, 1-8 Florida International University students have been revoked. This article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. The F1 visas of 18 students at Florida International University have been revoked following a new agreement between the university and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) to train campus police to enforce immigration laws. Between March 25 and April 10, the visas of 18 students were abruptly terminated, and this is according to a university spokesperson. Of those impacted, 11 are current students and 7 are recent graduates. While the exact reasons behind the revocation of the students' visas remain unclear, FIU confirmed on Friday that it had enrolled in the 287G program, a federal initiative that allows campus police to stop, question, and even detain individuals suspected of being in the U.S. illegally. As of 2024, Florida International University, FIU, reports hosting nearly 3,800 international students from over 140 countries, comprising approximately 7% of its total student population. The move comes as part of a broader national pattern where over 700 students and recent graduates across the country have had their legal statuses changed by the U.S. Department of State. Thomas Kennedy, a representative of the Florida Immigrant Coalition, criticized the action, pointing to the arbitrary nature of visa revocations. It's part of a larger pattern where hundreds of students are having their student visas revoked, some because of, petty things like a traffic infraction, but most of the time because of an assault on their First Amendment rights. F1 visas allow non citizens to enter the US as full time students at accredited educational institutions. To qualify, individuals must meet certain criteria, including approval from ICE and proficiency in English or enrollment in English language courses. Students must also have sufficient financial support for their entire course of study. Interesting. Wow. So now, students, if there are any international students listening, if any of you are outside of the US and you have your children here on an international student visa, um, please have them check. I don't know who they will check with to see the status of their visas. Um, if you have given your children, if you have purchased a vehicle for your children and they're able to drive, move around independently, please see to it that they drive within the speed limits, that they obey the road rules, that they have zero traffic infractions, that they zip it up, be quiet, just do your work and keep it moving. But yeah.
See what may I talk about? Yes, so you remember I expressed this fear. Yes.
So everybody who has an international student here in the US, have them check with their schools to see the status if they're still good to go, if there are any revocations. It is important at this point. International students don't really have a leg to stand on here right now. The only thing they can do is toe the line, follow the rules, and keep it moving. Yes, Alexia. So
As they say, it's a mess. It's a mess because we have invested thousands of dollars. Thousands of they claim that they were removing students who were taking part in the protests, and that they scoured social media and saw comment and whatnot. But at this point, they're just now targeting anybody who is who just don't who is on your birth certificate not say American. To be honest, to be very honest, they're just targeting people who are just not born in America. People have invested, and the thing is, I doubt there is going to be any reimbursement. How you feel want kick out people who are in the middle of their studies? What about the money that they have already invested? At least tell them, say, listen, the minute your course is up and you graduate, be out. But don't make people investment go down the drain like this. Don't. There's going to be I swear, there's going to be a massive blowback. There's going to be a reckoning for doing things like this. I'm serious. I don't know how long it's going to take this country to recover from what's done right now. But it's going to take years. I don't think in my lifetime it's going to fully recover. This is foolishness.
Oh, Alexia. Nobody knows what's gonna happen. No, I don't know. We don't know. We pray that when the dust settles, yeah, that all will be there'll be the opportunity to repair. Um, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. And here's the thing: there are a lot of the surrounding communities for FIU. So I um one of my sons is in FI. Two of my sons in FIU right now. I'm sorry, one in FIU, two to transition over to FIU. But here's the thing: the communities around FIU, the student population, there are a lot of people who have invested in real estate in the FIU area, and a lot of international students do reside off campus. Yeah. So there's going to be that impact too. Not just, and there are a lot of businesses around FIU that will be impacted because they rely on the student population. Some might need to transfer and try some brickle-brackle.
Funny thing is, you see the elite colleges and universities won't be impacted.
No, they're getting impacted too. It's
So
across
they're
the
going.
country. Don't
So they're
forget,
going into Yale and dragging people out of Yale and Berkeley.
it's happening all across the country, Alexia. Every university is impacted. Every single one is being impacted. Any university, especially if you have international students, and every one of them do, they are all going to be impacted by this.
Would international students be classified as is it the DEI or so something like that?
I don't know if that even happened. At the end of the day, they're not U.S. citizens, so it don't matter. Whatever classification you want, DEI, whatever, it don't matter. They're not citizens. Look at the citizen, the lawyer who is a citizen who got an order, an email saying that she needs to deport herself. I get it, Alexia. Trust me, I get it. I get it. Do whatever research be done, get it done. Whatever questions need to be asked, get it asked. And I don't know. I don't know if embassy for the countries from which these students come from can advocate for them. It's just a matter now of doing a lot of research, asking a lot of questions, getting information. That's what it is right now. You know. Next up, where are you? A suspect has been arrested after arson fire at Pennsylvania governor's house forced Shapiro and family to evacuate. I think I have a soundbite for this article. Maybe one moment. I'm tired too. We are tired too. We are tired too, Alexia. I mean, think about it this way. I'm not trying to minimize anything, that international students are going through, but we the citizens going through a lot too. We're going through a lot too. Let me tell you, there are people who will tell you, even though they're a citizen, even before this happened, leaving their home is trauma for them. It's traumatic for them. And they're citizens. It's tough. It is tough, but what we're not going to do is we're not going to lose hope. We're going to keep our faith. And I would try to take on the mindset of just being positive in all of this. Thank you for the time check, Ja. You have to remain positive. When the whole thing happened with us being told, oh, with the tariffs and I need to stock up, I did not. Whereas I'm not stocking up on anything. I'm not. I'll be okay. Everything, it's gonna be okay. We have to believe that it's going to be okay. We cannot move in a space of fear with that mindset. We just can't. We cannot move in that mindset. You know the landscape you have to navigate. It's not time to sit down and throw a pity party. It's not time for us to have our hands on our jaws. It's time for us to pivot. Everybody has to just, get on their P's and Q's. Do what you got to do. Have a plan B, C, D, E, F, G. Exactly. If Jah is standing by my side, then why should I be afraid? I saw me look on it too, I saw me look on it. And I sit up. I'm not gonna with whatever meet us, we face it and we pivot from it. And sometimes these setbacks can be setups for greater things to come. Because look at this now. There's a recognition that we need people on the farms. I told you, I've said this. He needs to really take a look at his team around him. Yeah, he needs to take a look at his team around him. I don't think his team means him well. I think his team wants him to be looked at in a positive light. I really don't think so. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pushing certain things to him. And, because, yeah, we just have to put a smile on our faces and we can't afford to let it get us down. Because the minute you get down, you're going to be stuck and you don't want that. Not at all. All right. Okay, next up, suspect arrested after arson fire at the Pennsylvania governor's house, which forced Shapiro and his family to evacuate. We have a soundbite for this one.
In the news tonight, police say they have made an arrest in connection to an arson at the home of Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, just hours after his family celebrated the start of Passover. This is the inside of the Pennsylvania governor's mansion after an arson attack in the early morning hours Saturday.
This type of violence is not okay.
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro denouncing political violence after investigators say someone hopped the fence around 2 a.m. Saturday at the governor's residence and set fire to it as Shapiro and his family were celebrating the Passover holiday. The governor sharing this photograph of his Seder table just hours before this very room would be set ablaze.
We celebrated our faith last night proudly, and in a few hours we will celebrate our second Seder of Passover again proudly. No one will deter me or my family or any Pennsylvanian from celebrating their faith openly and proudly.
This is what the inside of the formal dining room looked like after the attack. Extensive damage to nearly everything inside. Investigators say a 38-year-old man named Cody Ballmer of Harrisburg is now in custody, set to face a litany of charges, including attempted murder, terrorism, and attempted arson.
These are all very serious charges. As with any charges, the defendant is presumed innocent.
Investigators say the person who did this was carrying homemade fire-starting devices and began to light the fires within a matter of only a few minutes. Shapiro and his family were evacuated safely.
If this individual was trying to deter me from doing my job as your governor, rest assured I will find a way to work even harder than I was just yesterday.
Nobody was injured in the fire. Governor Shapiro says he has been in touch with the FBI Director Kash Patel as the investigation into this arson continues.
That I don't condone. You don't have to agree with certain things, but to try to eliminate someone and their family, I don't agree with that. I don't. U.S. measles. Oh, this is getting out. Oh, sorry, it's not time for that one. My apologies. It's not time for that one. You use the tools that you can, Mr. President, to bring attention, right? That's what we do. And I'll leave that right there. Oh boy. All right. Our final story out of the North American news segment. The White House doctor says Trump is fully fit in medical report. That's some good news. Let's go ahead and read this one, courtesy of NPR. According to NPR.org, President Trump exhibits excellent cognitive and physical health and is fully fit. This is according to White House physician Captain Sean Barbabella. The White House released Trump's 3-page medical report Sunday morning following the president's annual physical examination at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center on Friday. President Trump remains in excellent health, exhibiting robust cardiac, pulmonary, neurological, and general physical function, Barbabella said. Trump, who is 78, is the oldest president to take the oath of office in the White House. Former President Joe Biden was a few months younger when he started his term and visibly slowed down while in office, sparking political turmoil and concerns about his cognitive ability. These medical records mark the first detailed information on Trump's health since the assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania in July. The physical examination revealed a few abnormalities, according to Barbabella. The first was scarring on the right ear from the, wound that was sustained during the assassination attempt. Barbabella said Trump's hearing was normal. The second was a diverticulosis and benign polyp revealed during a colonoscopy in July. Diverticulosis is when abnormal pouches form in the digestive tract. The White House physician recommended a follow-up colonoscopy in 3 years. The medical report also showed that Trump weighs 224 pounds, 20 pounds lighter than he weighed in 2020, and his LDL, bad cholesterol levels, are now within an optimal range and lower than last reported in 2020. He's currently taking 2 cholesterol controlling medications. They were not noted, well, one of them was not noted in his 2020 medical report. His vaccines are all current, but Barbabella did not list specific immunizations. The president's neurological exam revealed no abnormality. He was assessed for cognitive function, depression, and anxiety. He scored within the normal range in all categories. Trump told reporters on Friday following his exams, I took a cognitive test and I don't know what to tell you other than I got every answer right. I just took a lot of different tests having to do with the heart, having to do with other things. At the end of Trump's medical report, the White House physician said Trump's days are full of meetings, public appearances, press conferences, and frequent victories in golf events. Presidents are not obligated to share medical data, and many have shrouded their medical records. Right, so round of applause for our president. So I would like you all to stop questioning his health. He is healthy. Thank you. Okay, moving right along. Mr. President, what are you coming to say about your medical records, sir?
I just wanted to know if you ever had a report from any presidential doctor that said they were unfit to be president.
But any president, right?
Any president, period.
I don't think we've ever had a negative report for any president.
Exactly. They're always in stellar health, even if they're 200 years old.
What I wrong physically go do?
Excuse me, you're in Jamaica. When did you get the medical report for Dr. Andrew Holness? Have you all ever had a medical report for Dr. Holness down there? Did y'all get one for PJ Patterson when he was president? Did y'all get one for Bruce Golding when he was president? Or Michael Manley? Or Edward Siaga? And we can keep going.
As me say, we no need it. We clearly can't say all of them did mad.
You know what? I will not have you disrespect any of our prime ministers of Jamaica, current or having transitioned. Come on now, we're going to be respectful. Okay? I can't afford to be deported from Jamaica. Oh gosh, thank you for the time check, Ja. I want to say thank you. Oh, you know what? Let me go ahead and wrap up before we get into business and tech and health and science news coming up. They did, Alexia, they did. All right, we have still to come. We have business and tech news, health and science news, along with Believe It or Not stories, but we're going to cover those after we wrap up the internet radio on air live stream. But they're not going to get me in trouble, you know? Not at all. I want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in online, qmzradio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to our listeners on JanoRadio.com, your nonstop party vibe station. Download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And a big thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, God willing, 9 a.m. Eastern. Then have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Don't forget to check out our website, www.coffeeintow.com. And I invite you to join us on YouTube, for the remainder of the show, or you can join us on TikTok. We will be here until the bottom of the hour. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. All right, thank you, YouTube and TikTok. We are officially off internet radio, so it's just us. Just us. Time for Business and Tech News. Or Business and Tech News is brought to you by Grant Coffee House. From our farms to your cups, enjoy 20% off all coffee products at www.grantcoffeehouse.com. Use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout. Trump warns China not getting off the hook as U.S. tariffs for electronics. I thought we had an update to this. We didn't? Oh, wow. This is dated April 13, courtesy of Al Jazeera. United States President Donald Trump has said that no one is getting off the hook on trade after his administration appeared to dial down pressure on China by issuing a notice exempting certain high-tech products from its reciprocal tariffs. In the latest twist in the Trump administration's trade war on Sunday, the president said that there were no exceptions to the tariffs as smartphones, laptops, and other products were still subject to an existing 20% duty, and the items were being moved to a different tariff bucket. He said that we will not be held hostage by other countries, especially hostile trading nations like China. He made the statement in a post on his Truth Social platform. Speaking to reporters on board Air Force One later on Sunday, Trump said he would announce new tariffs on semiconductors over the next weekend. The tariffs will be in place in the not distant future, Trump said, adding that there would be flexibility for some companies in the sector. U.S. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick said earlier that the reprieve for high-tech products, many of which are manufactured in China, would be temporary, and that semiconductor tariffs would be in place within weeks. Thank you. So it's your responsibility, Alexia, to keep us abreast of what's going on. Oh, by the way, I'm not sure if there was a reversal of this decision, but I did see over the weekend that senior citizens or persons who receive Social Security income benefits, you will have to go to Twitter for your X for your updates. And I'm not lying. Not lying at all. You're going to have to go there. So the elderly who are not familiar with navigating smart devices or computers, go ahead.
With the familiarity
Wait, say
with
that
who
again, Mr.
could
President.
navigate. Forget about who can navigate. There are formal channels at which to inform people based on protocol and how it has to be done. It's amazing that we're trying to run the country via tweets and social media. This is madness. You're moving the markets via tweet. You're doing anyhow.
The streets is nowhere to send old people. Them is going to lose their mind over there. One wrong letter. You know where you look for your gun. You gone round a one part where you can't come out. Oh boy.
Yes, the Social Security Administration is now using the social media platform X, formerly Twitter, for all public communication, including announcements and updates. This means that SSI recipients may need to follow the official SSAX account for the latest information. This is according to reports. The SSA has shifted away from traditional methods like press releases and website postings for public communication, opting to use X exclusively. This means that SSI recipients, as well as other Social Security beneficiaries, will need to check the agency's X account for updates on things like benefit changes, identity verification requirements, and other important announcements. So, what this sounds like to me is getting support for X.
What is the source of this document? Is this a credible source?
Yes, it is. Yes. It's concerning. I'm concerned about the older people. I don't know. Mr. President, I don't know anymore. I do not know anymore. So we're sending our Social Security beneficiaries to X to get their updates. So for those who don't even have a smartphone, who don't have an electronic device, who don't have a Twitter X account, what's going to happen to them?
How is all these things possible? How is the power given to, for instance, Elon Musk and Doge and stuff? Is those things constitutional? The kind of power they have to investigate, fire, change stuff, whatever. How did they derive that power? How doesn't Congress have to issue a lot of those power? How is it possible that a private citizen could just have this kind of power and oversight? How is that able to? I don't understand. In a functioning government, how is that even possible? So somebody need to educate me. Maybe I'm missing something.
We all need to be educated. We're all missing something. Ja says here, my 85-year-old mother doesn't even know how to text.
Enough, all people still have flip phone. Literally, flip phone. I remember saying, there are phone companies who have these specialized phones for seniors that makes communication easy for them. And they're not they don't have app capabilities in certain cases. You get what I'm saying? Just like barebone phones that have like make them just use speed dial to get to who they want to get to. Not even for type out a number. Much less to go up on Hexma and salvage through all that rubbish ready there. Come on, man.
But look at what Rosolo has put. Rosolo says, I deal with elderly clients daily, and they don't have emails or cell phones. So El Salvador president, we have an update. El Salvador President Bukele rejects the return of falsely deported man. I'm not smuggling a terrorist into the United States, he said.
Surprise, surprise. I could have seen that coming from a mile. The many time the US president say El Salvador is a sovereign country and they wouldn't get involved. I know it's some kind of backhand stuff they're coming with. They always do. Bukele is walking a very thin line, by the way.
So, when asked if El Salvador would return Gilmar Abrego Garcia, President Bukele fired back. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? Of course, I'm not going to do that. The question is preposterous. Trump chimed in during the tense moment, saying these are sick people.
Who's sick?
We noticed that this is the first, we haven't even had a year. What do you think of this country? If they continue at that rate for 4 years, the Gucci belt would fall off, you know? Right, James?
I feel for his family, for his friends, for him. And what's going to happen now is deeper questions are going to be asked. Mhm. And we know the questions that they're going to ask. Of course, we're not going to mention them here. But we know the questions that people are going to ask. And no, what the insinuations, the assumptions, that people have been having. I think this is going to convince them that they are right with the way they feel. Let's take a listen here. Hold on.
Can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposed to not suggesting that I'll smuggle terrorists into the United States, right?
It's always
How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
You can release him inside El Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal,
Yeah, I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
Yeah,
they're sick. These are sick people.
And when President Trump said these are sick people, he was pointing at the journalists.
What?
Yeah, you can. I'll send you the clip. It's on Instagram. But on when President Trump was saying these are sick people, he was pointing at the journalists. I just sent it to you on IG. But it wouldn't be smuggling. So then, why not have a U.S. plane come and pick him up?
No, but the thing is, if you're accusing the guy of being a terrorist, there had to be charges. You can't just say he's a terrorist, right? Well, then again, they do.
No, but the
But if
U.S.
he's a
administration.
terrorist and he's dangerous, he's not considered a criminal in the U.S. based on the Supreme Court and everybody else, if my understanding is correct. So therefore, El Salvador should have the evidence to show with credibility that this guy is a terrorist and he's a danger to all concerned. I'm wondering if this guy is still alive, because the angle they're taking is really, really not making much sense.
Oh boy, I don't know. Because why would the president not defend if the Supreme Court said if the ruling at the end of the day is that he's to be brought back because it was an administrative error that the administration admitted, why didn't the president say, no, he's not a terrorist, we're going to work together to bring him back? That should have been the conversation, but I don't know.
But the president cannot say that. If the president of El Salvador is saying he's a terrorist, then the president of El Salvador should be able to present information relating to whatever terror group he is linked to, whatever terrorist action he has taken. So what they did is they flipped responsibility from the U.S. government to the El Salvadorian government, right? And we know they're in bed together because they're making deal to take all the prisoners, whatever it is. You know, Bukele is going along with the plan. He's benefiting somehow. And don't expect him to say or do anything contrary to what the current administration in the US is doing, regardless of the repercussions. He has drawn that line and he's going to go down that line. That's it. But I think it's a dead. It's
The end of the road for the case, you feel?
because I don't see how you would. Sorry, yeah, the case. That's it for the case. I don't see how you would get the El Salvadorian government to relent and release him. Because if they now consider him to be a terrorist, that's it. There is nothing the US can do. Because they have a terrorist in their custody. If they say they wouldn't release him, there's nothing the US could do. Especially given the fact that the US do not want him to come back here. And now they would use that now and they would change the narrative to say that the El Salvadorian president is saying this guy is a terrorist. And he will be a terrorist going forward. That's it. I could guarantee you. Wait for the news briefings to come up.
Moving on, health and science news. This segment brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you.
Ramping up, and so are concerns about the measles.
Health officials have words of warning as more cases are being reported across the country.
With people traveling for spring break, many officials are concerned the number of measles cases could spike.
This is a very, very infectious disease.
Hawaii Governor Josh Green is also a physician and is worried about the growing cases of measles across the country. This week, the Aloha State confirming its first reported case of measles in years, an unvaccinated child under 5 who recently returned to Oahu after traveling internationally.
If people went through the airport at the same time as the child, there could be infection.
As of Thursday, 712 measles cases have been confirmed in 24 states, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. That's more than double the total amount of measles cases reported last year. Multiple cases have been reported in Oklahoma, Kansas, and New Mexico, but the majority are in West Texas, where the number has surpassed 500 in the state, and there have been at least 2 deaths.
We definitely have a significant number of cases of measles out here in West Texas.
Measles is a highly contagious respiratory disease. If one person has it, up to 9 out of 10 people nearby will become infected if they are not protected, according to the CDC. That's why health officials are urging people the MMR vaccine.
The MMR vaccine that protects us against measles is the way to stop from getting measles.
Health officials say one dose is 93% effective, and the second dose is 97% effective at preventing measles. Jen Sullivan, 7 News Night Team.
This is serious. It's nothing to play with. Over 700. Next up in our health and science news, over 3 million children unalived in 2022 due to drug resistance. This is, or medicine resistance, sorry. Article courtesy of Al Jazeera. More than 3 million children, many of them from Southeast Asia and Africa, are believed to have lost their lives in 2022 due to infections that are resistant to antibiotics, and this is according to a new research. The study underscores the urgent need for both regional and global strategies to combat pediatric AMR. The report was released in Austria on Sunday, referring to antimicrobial resistance infections. AMR poses a threat to children who are highly vulnerable to infections. In the report, the scientific group ESCMID said more than 752,000 children in Southeast Asia and 659,000 in Africa unalived due to complications linked to the infections. More than 1.5 million unalivings were recorded in other regions of the world. Professor Joseph Harwell, co-author of the study from the Clinton Access Initiative, explained that due to the overuse or misuse of some medications, some bacteria have evolved, becoming more resistant to some antibiotics. If bacteria develop resistance to those antibiotics, there will be few, if any, alternatives for treating multi drug resistance infections, Harwell said. He said the rise in the use of some types of antibiotics presents several serious long term risks, especially among children. Such a shame. 2025, and we're still having a prevalence in certain diseases, especially when we talk about children. And I see this getting worse if countries across Africa and Southeast Asia do not invest in their own people. But by the way, Southeast Asia, that includes India, no? Hey, Prof, that includes India, no? Why, if India makes drugs, makes medicines, excuse me, I forget the terminology. My apologies, TikTok. If India makes antibiotics and medication that is so needed, why should they have an issue? Shouldn't they have quota for their own population or be able to produce for their own population? Just wondering. 750. By the way, India, come to the front for a second, India. Come to the front. Do you people have a tourist board over there in India? Just asking, because the videos that we see on social media tells me in all caps, plane flying over the sky with a banner, written in whatever, written in the clouds. Do not go to India ever. Do y'all have a tourism team over there that can do some cleaning up, spin it? Because I'm sure it's not all of India stays so. Right? And I'm saying that because, many countries across the continent of Africa, countries across the Caribbean have suffered at the hands of Western media. And thank God for folks who travel and can come back and say, no, it's the real thing, yeah, and the whole place stays so. Please, somebody save India. Somebody save India quick and fast, because I like what I say. I'm sorry, I have to say, I would never eat in the country of India. Based on the videos that I see, no man, no sir. You have a health board over there? Do you? I saw a very recent video, very concerning. It's a river. Yes, it's a river. But you can't see the river, a pure garbage in the river. I don't have anything down there one there. On a clean, not this one. On believe in hygiene. On believe in public health. What to do over there in India? Because again, I'm asking the government of India, please put a spin on what's in the public eye. Can somebody show us the positive sides of India, please? Because I know there has to be good sides. Stop showing us the slums and casting a negative dye on the entire country. I'm tired of seeing the slums of India, and I'm sorry. I'm tired of seeing squalor. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of seeing the rats running over the food and people sitting on ground, and it's just dirt. I'm tired of it. Fix it. And I know it's not all of India stays so. And for the parts of India that stay so, when the government and a health official can come in and say, no, we can't move so in a healthy. No wonder y'all have so many infections over there. Sorry. But we just talk about things then. India, but it's part of the class thing. Well, as them need to stop showing, becoming a like seat. I don't like it. I didn't like it when they do it to us in the Caribbean, where they would go into the slums. So I don't like it for India either. Show us something else. We didn't like it when they did it across the continent of Africa. Please show us something else. Una must have like a nice part over there in India. That would make me say, oh yeah, I will go. Oh man. As I said, enough people there can't even afford deodorant. India is another country where you have a huge disparity, right? You have the wealthy and then the poor, and the poor is the majority, like most countries anyway, right? You have a small percentage who live very well, and then the majority not so well. There's an imbalance on the global scale, and we've said this before. There's enough to go around for everybody. Nobody deserves to live in dire poverty. Nobody has to live that way. There's more than enough to go around. Fair wages would allow people to live, with some sense of pride. Go ahead, James. I have 6 minutes before I have to wrap up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the India that you see is what you get. Like everybody that's been to India, it's like survival, right? Like if you one of those challenge where you if you make it out, you're good. I think that is pretty much most of India, for like the roaches and the rats that you see running. Like even that temple, the rat temple, it's a real thing, right? People go and like you see the experience documented with the rat temple, where it's an attraction for like a tourist attraction that not a lot of tourists go to because it is kind of scary, but it's a real thing. Yeah, the rat temple is a real thing, but it's like it is scary.
Then me, go look for leptospirosis. Me must jump on a plane to go look for leptospirosis. No, sir.
It's ironic because it's alleged that the people don't even get sick. They drink the milk that the rats run up and down and all this stuff. In a sea documentary, and it's very interesting.
But
I don't think I will visit.
can't miss me with India. No Mumbai for me. No Punjabi. No, none of that. I can't keep it. That's all. Woo! Makes me shiver just thinking about it. Whoa, come on, India, Southeast Asia. Do better. All right, believe it or not, news. That was our health and science news article brought to you by articles brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. For a natural, beautiful you, head on over to lormelskinfood.com. All right. Jeez, I want to make me feel. I me bring it up, I can't blame on. I me go bring it up. I could have just kept it moving, but I had to express concern. Just said them probably held you down for it on them. Or believe it or not, article for today: a 17-year-old in Wisconsin allegedly unalived his parents. Why? It was part of a plot to unalive President Trump. That's according to the FBI. We have a soundbite for this one. Lord help us. Hold on there, people. Hold on there. Oh, jeez. Oops, sorry. Get this ad out the way. My apologies. Let's go.
New details of the case of a Wisconsin teenager accused of killing his mother and stepfather earlier this year. Newly unsealed federal records allege the murders were part of a much larger plot, which included overthrowing the government and assassinating President Donald Trump. A federal search warrant unsealed Friday details a murder plot as part of a plan targeting President Donald Trump. The documents attribute that plot to a 17-year-old student from Wisconsin, Nikita Kassap, charged in the shooting deaths of his mother, Tatiana, and stepfather, Donald Mayer, inside their home February 11th. According to prosecutors, the teenagers stayed inside the home with their bodies for 12 days.
Victim B body was appeared to have been deceased for some time, was unable to definitively identify who it was.
Police arrested Kassap in Kansas weeks later, finding him with his stepfather's car, gun, and $14,000. The motive for the murders, according to the federal warrant, was to use that money to fund a plan calling for the president's assassination to, quote, foment a political revolution in the United States and save the white race. According to the records, Kassap shared an affinity for the neo-Nazi group, the Order of Nine Angles. They also reference a 3-page manifesto quoted this, saying, as to why specifically Trump, I think it's obvious. By getting rid of the president and perhaps the vice president, that is guaranteed to bring in some chaos. The records show Kasap on the platforms TikTok and Telegram discussing buying a drone to use in an attack. And investigators say he told a classmate, quote, when they saw 10 consecutive attacks in the news, it would have been him. Investigators also say Kasap paid for, at least in part, a drone and explosives to be used as a weapon of mass destruction to commit an attack. He remains in custody on a $1 million bond.
So because he's like how him is over the age of 14, him a go go El Salvador. Just asking. Is a hardened criminal. The fact that he would unalive his parents to get the insurance money because he wanted to carry out this elaborate plan. Why, you idiot? You really thought you were going to get away with it? You really thought that this was going to be doable? You really sit down and say, yes, I can accomplish this. I guess you haven't been paying attention to the news. All the persons who attempted, probably ask your attorney where they are. But this was foolish on your part, my child. 17 years old, and you dash for your life. Do you have a wish to no longer be in existence? You must have a wish for that. What chaos do you think you are going to create? There was not going to be any uprising because the uprising would be against you. What you thought? You thought there was some civil war going to ensue? You thought that people of color were going to get up and go there and try to... I don't know. I just want to know if found guilty, because he's innocent until proven guilty. If found guilty, will he be kept here in the U.S. or will he be sent to El Salvador? That's all I wanted. Nothing else. Yeah. And that story brings us to the end of today's episode of Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. YouTube, I want to say thank you so much for being with me. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. for another episode of Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. Until then, enjoy the rest of your day. AT, Mad Libran, and everyone else. Be good to you. Walk in love. Spread love, because Lord knows we need a lot of it. This is where the live stream for Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.